never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
China announced more military drills around Taiwan as leaders of the self-governing island met with a new congressional delegation from the U.S. Beijing is accusing Washington of encouraging the island's independence through the sale of weapons and engagement between American politicians and the island's government. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was the highest level member of the U.S. government to visit Taipei in 25 years. She visited the island a couple of weeks ago. The Justice Department is opposing the release of the affidavit justifying the search warrant on former President Trump's Florida estate, saying that doing so would harm its ongoing criminal investigation. Several media outlets are asking that the affidavit be unsealed, along with other documents related to the search warrant. The warrant itself was released on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A once prominent neurologist convicted last month of sexually abusing patients killed himself Monday at Rikers Island in New York. Dr. Riccardo Cruciani was found unresponsive in a shower area at the prison complex. His lawyer confirmed the 68-year-old's death in a statement, but not the manner. Prosecutors say Cruciani groomed vulnerable patients by overprescribing painkillers. 6 women testified that the sexual abuse often occurred behind closed doors at a Manhattan medical center during appointments nearly a decade ago. Jury selection began in the federal trial against R&B singer R. Kelly. It's happening in Chicago on charges that he rigged his 2008 state child pornography trial. The attorneys and judge focused on whether would-be jurors had seen the 2019 documentary Surviving R. Kelly, which outlined sex abuse allegations against the singer. The judge denied a request from Kelly's attorney to automatically exclude anyone who's seen this 6-part series. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of author Salman Rushdie. A death edict issued by Iran's supreme leader in 1989 still stands over how the Prophet Muhammad was depicted in Rushdie's novel, The Satanic Verses. His agent says he's on the road to recovery. Pizza lovers beware, there's a recall you need to know about.
Chicago-based Home Run Inn Frozen Pizza is recalling more than 13,000 pounds of frozen meat pizza products. The U.S. Department of Ag saying the food may have been contaminated with foreign material, including metal. The recall applies to frozen 33.5-ounce cartons containing Home Run Inn Chicago's premium Pizzeria Deluxe Sausage Classic Pizza. They were also produced on June 6th and the Best By date of December 2nd, 2022. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Officials in Newton, Massachusetts are investigating a former employee they accuse of shutting down the police website during a pay dispute. The mayor said the former employee, the police department's IT director, took down the department's website in late June and July. According to the Boston Globe, the website directs visitors to a message that called on them to ask the mayor to restore it. Mayor Ruth Ann Fuller says the employee controls access to the site and has not turned it over to the city. A new department website is now live. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Thank you much, Big Moose. That's the way we get things rolling on a Tuesday. All right, settled in. Here we go. Take a look at the calendar here. Let's see. 16th day of August. Yeah, believe it or not, second half of August is upon us. I hope your week's off to a good start. We'll close out a Monday from time zone to time zone. And again, everybody on the same page by the time we wrap things up here, 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Got a full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. OvernightDriveRadio.com. That's where you'll find us. Smartphone, Android, streaming devices, you name it. Oh, and of course, can't forget TNCRadio.live. Give you the breakdown, what's coming up when we close things out at 5 a.m. Got the full breakdown. Tuesday mornings, it's all about mind, body, and soul on TNCRadio.live. All right, of course, we'll get to our traveler's weather coming up here. Big Moose in his song says, "How about it, Big Ed? Are you with me?" Now, I don't think Big Ed's with us tonight. They are in Victoria, British Columbia, about to close out their cruise, their Alaskan cruise. Been following Big Ed throughout the past week. It's been much of the week. Kind of cold, kind of damp, cloudy. It's not the beautiful kind of weather. That's why I've always been hesitant about taking an Alaskan cruise. When I'm thinking of cruise, I want sunshine, warm temperatures, a beach, and bikinis, and cold beer. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they had a good time. He posted here just a couple of hours ago. I'm looking time zone-wise, they would be obviously West Coast time, so it's probably like a little after 9 o'clock. They're in Victoria, British Columbia. Kind of an odd schedule for their final stop. Final stop in Victoria is from like 8 p.m. till the midnight hour. Rather short. I guess, maybe trying to... What's the nightlife in Victoria, British Columbia on a Monday night? What to do on that final stop there. But here in a few short hours and come, I believe, 8 a.m., they'll be back in Seattle and departing the ship later on this morning. So for those who have cruise experience, you don't want to be partying it up on that final night because you got to get up bright and early and they get your butt off that ship. Nothing like being hungover trying to depart the ship. I'm sure Ed won't do that. Now, Scotty, I don't know about Scotty. He may have a bit of a headache come 8 o'clock in the morning. But I got the message here just a few hours ago. Ed posted one more stop. But I don't have plans on getting off in Canada. After getting out and about in Ketchikan from all the mold and the dampness, my allergies took off full blast. Last night, nose running like a faucet, took some allergy meds. Woke up just fine this morning. Right now, sitting on the deck. This is, I guess, 4:30 in the afternoon in their time zone. Lots of sun. Finally beginning to feel a little bit warmer. Just hang in there, Ed. You won't believe how much warmer it's going to be when you get off the ship in Seattle. You got a full-blown heat wave kicking there in the Pacific Northwest. It's going to be kind of a rude awakening. Anyway, all I can say, it was a great cruise. Unfortunately, things happen. And to witness it really drives the point home that tomorrow is never guaranteed. You better grab a hold of each day and squeeze as much out of life as you can. But what do I know? What's the cost of being a winner? I do believe Bobby Bear described it best in a song called Winner. What he's talking about, I was sitting eating breakfast this morning, just happened to look at this guy across the dining room, fell flat on his face. Fortunately, there were a few folks around trying CPR. The medical staff did the best they could, but they carried him out on a sheet. As I type this, the whales are out and playing, so I'll go try to gain back the happy feeling after witnessing that. Yes, you just never know, right? Anyway, after all, you have to take the good and deal with the bad. All right, Big Ed, enjoy that final stop there again. Probably not getting off the ship. But there you go. Back to Seattle, back to reality. They're going to take their time and do some sightseeing there out west as they make the trek back to Oklahoma and Kansas, respectively. So So have a good time. Hey, 24 hours ago, we were talking, I was looking at the radar. We always start things off with our traveler's weather. Yes, we were talking about some showers, some thunderstorms in West Virginia. I had no idea at the time as we progressed through the overnight hours. The rains just continued to fall relentlessly. And we've actually, by Monday morning, the governor declaring a state of emergency in 2 counties this past morning. Record-setting rainfall, significant flash flooding, damaging over 100 homes in Kanawha County, washing out bridges. A number of water rescues were taking place. Floodwaters rushed into the county Sunday evening into Monday morning. Some areas of the county picked up over 6 inches of rainfall, but it all came down in a short period of time. As of 9 a.m. Eastern this past morning, more than 500 emergency calls had come into the local 911 line, 130 calls dispatched for service, 25 for water rescues, according to county officials. The president of the county commission said in just a few hours, we surpassed our total rainfall in the last month. Charleston's Yeager Airport, 4.44 inches of rain from 5:30 p.m. Sunday to 5 a.m. Monday morning, but right at 4 inches of that fell in 4 hours' time. So actually eclipsing the average monthly rainfall in the month of August. They would typically pick up 3 3/4 inches of rain. Monday's rain of over 3.5 inches, eclipsing the previous record of just over 1.5 inches set back in 1950. We've been talking, we've seen a lot of these slow-moving systems through the summer months. We've, of course, witnessed the incredible devastation for eastern Kentucky, several rounds of flooding in St. Louis. And as we progress through this week, the setup is in place once again. We'll be talking about that potential for more of just that sort of scenario with flash flooding along this frontal system that's dividing the very warm air to the south and much cooler air to the north. There's kind of a dividing line splitting this country in half right now. Unseasonably cool in the northeast, unseasonably hot in the northwest, but sandwiched in between, you've got the clash of the air masses. Tonight we're looking at rain all the way from western portions of Illinois. It's not heavy in that region, but from Quincy up to, say, just south of Des Moines, there in Iowa, you get into some of the heavier rains in southwestern portions of Iowa. You get just south of Omaha, Nebraska, back toward Kearney, Nebraska, more heavy showers extending back into eastern portions of Colorado. East of Denver, south of Denver, down toward Pueblo. Then you'll find spotty showers here and there through much of Colorado, the Four Corners region, around the country, northern portions of Arizona, southern Utah, even southern portions of Nevada. Not into the Las Vegas area where they even saw some flash flooding in recent weeks, but they're getting plenty of their monsoon rainfall in that portion of the country. But back to West Virginia. Reports of serious flood damage in several areas of the county. First responders and emergency management on the scene assessing the damage. According to the county commissioner, during their press release, we'll do everything we can to help those that have received damage from this record-setting rain event. In response, West Virginia's Governor Jim Justice declaring a state of emergency for Kanawha and nearby Fayette County, which also received mass amounts of rain into Monday morning. A release from the governor's office noting that more than 20 people had to be rescued from their homes. Fayette County's troubles included a harrowing situation at one local creek with several crews on the scene performing water rescues Monday morning. A video showing several vehicles submerged completely in the floodwaters there. Along the Kanawha River lies Smithers, West Virginia, which is kind of in both Fayette and Kanawha counties. In Smithers, first responders rushing to the scene Monday morning where flooding was overtaking local roadways. that town was completely without power during the morning hours. At one point, it was nearly 100,000 customers. Now, that was down to still just over 1,000 outages as of Monday evening. Yeah, Smithers, they say, is going to be one of the toughest places to clean up after the floods due to several feet of mud covering roads and surrounding areas. Overall, the cleanup period for Kanawha and Fayette is something that's going to probably be a good tough 6 weeks to get through. Yeah, we've had one area after another hit with all the rains we've had. Some areas have been hit with, which typically see high waters. For our crews, it's been just continuous, nonstop. All right, so update out of West Virginia. Meanwhile, we also were encountering flooding in parts of southern Texas. Heavy rain, a tropical rainstorm. It came just so close to being a named storm system, but did not actually garner a name, drenching parts of Texas to start the week Monday as it gradually made its way inland. Flash flooding and scenes that certainly looked reminiscent of a named tropical system. Yeah, forecasters warned heavy rain continues in southern Texas as the precip moves from the north and west, soaking both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border. Later this week, the system's poised to bring rain as far inland as Albuquerque, Phoenix, maybe even Las Vegas. Radar estimates indicating 5 to 10 inches of rain hit the worst hit areas over a 3-day period. Hebronville Airport, southwest of Corpus Christi, 7.3 inches of rainfall. There was a measured 6.21 inches in Corpus Christi at the airport there. One amateur weather observer in Flower Bluff near Corpus Christi recorded over 9 inches of rainfall there. Forecasters started monitoring this budding tropical rainstorm all the way back toward the middle portions of last week. Never really had a chance to become an organized tropical system, a depression, or a tropical storm. Nonetheless, it unloaded heavy tropical rain. Even did show some signs of circulation, according to the satellite imagery. Going back over the weekend, Saturday, some of those heavy rains began to come ashore. A wide swath of heavy rain continued in the path with 4 to 8 inches from southern Texas into northern Mexico. Yeah, so there you go. Texas seeing some flooding rains as well. An astounding 88% of the state of Texas right now, though, believe it or not, is in severe drought. It has been a blistering hot summer, and more than 2/3 of the state is in extreme drought conditions. Since June the 1st, rain over South Texas has only been 10 to 20% of the normal rain near the coast to barely just a few percentage points further inland prior to the tropical rainstorm. Laredo, Texas, for example, picked up only a little over a half inch of rain since the beginning of June. They would normally have picked up at least 4 inches of rainfall. Now, this tropical rainstorm is expected to eventually to become a non-trackable feature, as they say it. The system's going to maintain some composure probably through Tuesday and maybe into at least Wednesday. And we'll break into where we're going to be looking at possibly additional flooding rainfall right on through much of this week. Again, along that dividing line of the very fall-like air to the north and still very summer-like air further to the south. Summer-like air. Yeah, we've got heat advisories again in place for much of eastern Oklahoma, southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, much of western Mississippi for the upcoming day. Of course, in the Pacific Northwest, heat advisories, even some excessive heat warnings for parts of Washington and down into central portions of California. In between the excessive heat warnings, widespread heat advisories through much of Washington, Oregon, and about the northern 2/3 of California. Heat wave in the west. There you go. Look at some of our travelers' weather. Get a quick time out, come back, say hello to some of our listening friends, and, of course, get to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to young Colton on board out of the box this morning. There you go. See, tonight we get to work, and regular truckers, let's see, it's not supervisor. All right, whatever. Colton, good to have you on board. High pressure pumping checking in. There's Philly Dan. Philly Dan said, my niece just got accepted to join the Army. She'll be working on the Apache helicopter. I am so proud of her. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations to the niece there. Philly Dan, good to have you with us. 68 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. There's Pappy on board. Let's go. Hammer down. Be safe, everybody. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. 70 degrees at this hour. Some storms moving across western Kansas, headed toward the east. Yeah, a lot of that rain in Colorado. If the models hold together, looks like a lot of that rain will be moving into parts of Kansas overnight. Right now, some heavy rains in northwestern portions of the state. That's kind of in the zone where they could see some of those flooding rains. Hello to Joe, morning Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Got a nice 63 degrees with almost no humidity here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Feels pretty good. Everybody have a good night. There's the legendary Big Moose. Got this big orange shaker wound up tighter than frog skin boots. Shutters open, the stacks are smoking. Slower traffic, please stay to the right. We're gone. Big Moose rolling down the highway. Shorty's on board, back from a week's vacation. Yeah, back to reality, right? Time to hammer down, he says. There's Deborah checking in from Indiana. It's a great morning, starting out with 65 degrees. Everyone stay safe out there, especially my special driver. Have a terrific Tuesday. Too Tall on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Hope and pray everyone's doing well. Have a safe day. Rock Pick listening in. I'm on the pillow, but I got the radio on. There you go. Timothy checks in. Good morning. My daughter can get the grandkids off to school herself in the morning. We've got a nice 60 here in Rocky Mount, Virginia, with a little bit of off and on rain tonight. There's the garbage throwing daddy checking in. Roll on. Everybody be safe and God bless. Roy checking in. What's happening, everybody? Let's see. Buckeye Boy on board from Ackworth, Georgia tonight. Kind of a balmy 72 degrees. Actually had some good rain here this evening. I'm hoping it rained itself out till Wednesday so we don't get any rain for the Braves game here on Tuesday. I'm so tired of hearing the word unprecedented. We are witnessing the deep, blinding hatred that the left and their president and their puppet have on the former President Trump. And even anyone that supports the man, it's sickening that they're destroying this country. November cannot come fast enough, but we have to be very vigilant because the left is going to be dumping millions of dollars and doing everything they can to sway the voters, legally or not. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. There's the ice cream man checking in from the home 20 in Columbus, Ohio tonight. Todd Wheeler, hello from Livingston, Montana, as I wait on road service to replace a blown trailer tire tonight. All right, there's Curtis on board. If I was to go to Cincy Favorites and get Skyline chili, would I want Skyline or Gold Star? Curtis, that is the never-ending question in this town. Those are the two most recognized names. Personally, I have the preference for Skyline, but there are those, I don't know, that kind of split in this town. There are those that love the Gold Star and really can't stand the Skyline, and vice versa. I've always been a fan of the Skyline, though. That's just my I'll tell you what, get a can of each, or maybe 2 cans of each. Then you can compare yourself. We'll get your calls ahead here at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Justice Department says releasing the affidavit justifying the search on former President Trump's Florida estate will harm its ongoing criminal investigation. It also says that there are also matters of security involved, so it's opposing the release of the document. Several media outlets are asking that the affidavit be unsealed, along with all documents related to the search warrant. The Justice Department did not oppose unsealing the warrant itself. That happened on Friday, when it was revealed that Trump was under investigation for violating laws governing records and a provision of the Espionage Act. An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of author Salman Rushdie. A death edict issued by Iran's supreme leader in 1989 still stands over how the Prophet Muhammad was depicted in Rushdie's novel, The Satanic Verses. His agent says that he's on the road to recovery. This is USA Radio News.
Make money doing what you love. It can be done. Matter of fact, it has been done. Consider the story of Jack London. He's one of the highest-paid writers of all time. Authored The Call of the Wild, recently released as a blockbuster movie starring Harrison Ford. Jack grew up in a rough neighborhood in Oakland, poor, uneducated, and a school dropout. As a child, Jack fell in love with the idea of being a writer. The notion that an uneducated, dirt-poor school dropout from Oakland could someday be a published writer was insanity. You know the rest of the story, though. Jack London became one of the richest writers of all time. Discover Jack's secret that allows anyone of any income or educational level to make money doing what they love. Whatever it is you love more than anything else, let's make that your prosperous living. Go right now to discoveringjack.com. That's discoveringjack.com. His secret is free. Just go to discoveringjack.com. discoveringjack.com.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, off and rolling here on a Tuesday as we work our way into the 16th day of August. And to what do I deserve this pleasure? Got a tag team? Is it Kyle and Josh both on board? What's going on, guys?
Hey, Steve, you got both of us.
How about that? Good morning or good evening, whatever you want to call it.
Actually, a little early time for you. We're on Central Time. We're up in Chicago visiting Gold Eagle, so thought we'd call in before calling in tonight.
So what's happening? Just kind of like taking a tour and.
Yeah, just more meetings, and we've got a good full day planned tomorrow for some just integration of the companies and the meetings. Just, like we say, just got to keep pushing this ball forward kind of thing. So we headed up early this morning and spent the day here today. I had a nice dinner and got another day tomorrow, and then we're heading back.
So you're in Chicago. Have you heard gunshots?
No, I haven't, but I just asked the hotel front desk if I could get change for a 20, and she informed me that they don't have any cash here. It's a cashless hotel. They don't keep cash at the hotel. So I thought that was a warning sign.
Interesting, yeah. Well, when I saw your names up there, I thought, hey, maybe they're calling to talk about you got here in a couple of days. You're going to be heading toward Bowling Green for the big championships.
You got it, Steve. We're heading out, getting back late Tuesday night, loading up Wednesday morning to head up to the championships in Bowling Green, Ohio.
Well, give us the full report. I've got the update from John Dunlap, of course, the NTPA report, loaded that in here a little bit ago. But I guess most of the action last weekend got rained out. There wasn't a whole lot going on. But so we're hoping for good weather this weekend. Bowling Green, explain to the fans out there what the championships is all about, because everybody comes together and lets it all hang out, if I understand correctly.
You are correct. It is the National Tractor Pulling Championships at the Wood County Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, Ohio. It is the world's largest truck and tractor pull by far. There'll be 60,000 people in the stands Saturday night.
Wow.
For the final night, yep. Action starts at Thursday at 7 p.m., then we go Friday at noon and 7, and then Saturday at noon and 6:30 p.m. And besides, you'll get the whole lineup, class lineup at ntpapoll.com/schedule. There'll also be live streaming the event, TV coverage as well at ntpa.tv.
And you're one of the guys that actually worked with the NTPA before coming to Hot Shot Secrets. So you've got kind of like a personal love of the NTPA pooling, correct?
That is correct. I worked with them for 12 years before coming to Hot Shot Secret, and I was my main responsibilities revolved around the live streaming and working on site with all the competitors. And so a lot of these guys that are out on the track, I know personally, and we've also been able to get a couple of these drivers secured with our Hot Shot Secret fluids as well.
That's pretty cool. So 60,000 fans, man, that's going to be like a packed house.
That is definitely a packed house. They have very large bleachers that they keep. It's funny that from the first time being there to now 12 years later, they've actually replaced 3/4 of the bleachers in the place to try to expand in seating. Every single year, they find more and more seats to put into the place.
Wow. So the Wood County Fairgrounds, that's the place, Bowling Green, Ohio. Kind of break it down for me. What's the atmosphere like? Things start off on Thursday. I guess you have like prelims and things of that nature, and it all culminates. Is it a carnival-like atmosphere? Lots of booths and food and things like that for people?
There is. So it's a really unique atmosphere. I kind of consider it kind of like a NASCAR style race in a way. They have the world's or third largest campground in the United States for motorsports behind Bristol and Talladega. So I have over 2,500 people camping on site. They'll have food. They let you actually carry in coolers as far as adult beverages go.
Wow.
And then they have manufacturers Midway and other displays as well. They actually have a retired tractor museum where you can see some of the old historical pullers and the sleds and stuff like that. And it really starts out with everyone pulls twice. So they have all 13 Grand National NTPA divisions, which is the top tier division, will all pull twice. And the winner, which has the best finish between those two pulls, will win the championship ring.
And all the different divisions all come together for this one weekend, though, which is kind of unusual.
It is. It's actually the only time it'll happen this year.
Wow.
Which is really unique. Also, the two-wheel drive trucks, which we have a sponsored driver in, their point series will end this weekend at Wood County as well. And they're currently in third place, and they're within striking distance of winning a championship. So anything can happen with 2 hooks left to go.
That's cool. All right. Well, so in Chicago, any updates? Anything you want to share? What's happening with Gold Eagle?
Oh, just trying to figure out how to make the business work together and how to best utilize the tools they have and some of the things that we do better than they do as well. So it's a lot of talks trying to figure out how to merge our operations into one big happy family at times and use each other's strengths to help move each other's business forward.
So you guys are actually having to share like a hotel room. You guys are going to be together most of the week because, I mean, come Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you're going to be hanging out all weekend there at the Bowling Green.
Yeah, I'll actually be going up Wednesday and Thursday, and Kyle's going to take the second half and go Friday, Saturday in Bowling Green. So we're gonna split up that event. And yeah, I drove out with Kyle.
Diesel Don will be there the whole time.
Yes, Diesel Don will be at the event the entire time. He's a trooper.
So we'll have the full Hot Shot Secret booth all set up. You get your Hot Shot Secret swag, motorsports T-shirts, hats, all that good stuff, and of course, all the Hot Shot Secret products will be available there. Is that correct?
That is correct. We got the full assortment. We got a 20 by 50 booth there, which is a pretty good size setup we'll have going on.
That's a big one. Yeah. All right. So, all right. Well, it's great to hear from you guys. Anything else going on? How's the young one there, Josh? How's daddy life?
Oh, daddy life's good. He's happy as can be, and I'm sure he's missing me already tonight.
That's great. All right. Well, good to hear from you guys. Where'd you leave the dogs at, Kyle? Who's babysitting?
Oh, I got my dog sitter taking care of them, so they're doing all right. I've actually been on the road, well, since last week. I headed out to Pennsylvania this past weekend for the funeral for our driver that we lost a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So we laid him to rest this weekend, and that was a really good ceremony. So it was really good to get all the guys together for that. And turns out one of our racers, Bill Lutz, was racing in PDRA, which was at Maple Grove, and we're like, that's 30 minutes up the street. So you put a bunch of racers at a funeral for a racer. Well, what do? We go to a race right afterwards and support one of our guys. And Bill went all the way to the final. So it was a good weekend. But got back last night and took the clothes out of the suitcase, threw some more in, and headed up to Chicago this morning and head back to Ohio tomorrow and up to the NTPA event. So, yeah, I don't think my dogs know who I am anymore. But
and, of course, I know the following weekend it's on to Lyons, Indiana. You always look forward to the Shy Diesel extravaganza.
It's a big one, yeah. It's the next leg of our Outlaw Diesel Super Series. This, I believe, is the 26th anniversary of the Shy Diesel extravaganza. So this is no spring chicken. This has been around for a long time. And a few years ago, we moved it out to Lyons. And so now it's at Wagler Motorsports Park, which is great because it's in the middle of nowhere but cornfields. And if you're looking for a good time, go out to Shy. It's they got concerts. They have truck and tractor pulling. They got show and shine. They got a dyno competition. Of course, all the drag racing with all of our Hot Shot Secret racers. So there's plenty of camping there too. There's a lot of people come out and camp for the whole weekend and enjoy it. So, I really encourage, any of our listeners out there that, want to check out what we do. These next 2 weekends are big ones. So anybody, in the Ohio area this coming weekend, encourage you to come out to the NTPA championships. And then next weekend we'll be over in Indiana for the Outlaw Diesel event. So a couple of big ones back to back here.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, for the Shy Diesel, you get the best of both worlds, straight line racing and truck and tractor pulls and all the above.
Yep, that's right. And then concerts at night, and there is a lot of adult beverages that flow through that place. So
that's good times.
Come prepared.
There you go. All right, guys. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Anything else you wanted to throw our way, or?
Nope. Just want to say hi and thank you for what you're doing. And I figured Josh and I were sitting here going, "Wow, he's on early. We're in Central Time. That's always good." So just wanted to reach out and say hey to everybody, and hope they can make it out next couple of weeks, and we'll be in touch and give you a recap of how it goes.
All right. We'll look forward to it. Thank you. Thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you.
All right, Steve, you guys have a good one.
All right, Kyle and Josh hanging out together. There you go. Yeah, big weekend. Wood County Fairgrounds, Bowling Green. I know Josh is looking forward to that. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, it's back to school time around the country. Matter of fact, grandchildren, my grandsons, they both had open house at their respective schools this past evening. Chance to meet the teacher, see where their room's going to be. First day of school coming up Thursday. Got an email from Big Sexy earlier. I guess this past day was first day of school for his grandson. I believe he said 7th grader at Riverside High School. And he wanted to share, what a way to start the new school year. A Riverside High School student taken into custody after a threat via social media. According to Riverside Public Schools, a picture of what looked to be a 9mm handgun was posted on Snapchat with the statement, "School ready," typed under it. The 16-year-old male student, who the school said posted the photograph, went to school Monday morning, this past morning, first day of school, but apparently checked out at lunch. The school said a community member notified the school about 3 p.m. about the post. Staff found that the student was no longer on campus. Law enforcement was called. They have taken the teen into custody sometime after being made aware of the post. They ultimately determined a pellet gun was what had actually been pictured on the Snapchat, according to the school. We have no reason to believe, they said, that students or staff were in any direct danger today. according to school officials. But I mean, what a foolish act, what a foolish way to tarnish a first day back to school for Riverside students and staff. Of course, in light of the Uvalde shooting, right there concluding the previous school year, everyone kind of on heightened alert, schools through the summer around the country, supposedly taking action to harden and be prepared for any sort of scenario. With these wackies out there, the nut jobs, and in many cases, what that particular student did this past day, but believe it or not, it happens a whole lot more than many times they think it's funny. It's just a joke. I didn't really mean any harm kind of thing. They, according to authorities, oftentimes they'll do things like this, once the school year gets underway. It may be a test day, or maybe they'll have a project due, and they're trying to get out of having, you stir up something crazy at the school so you don't have to go to school that day. It's not fun and games. All right, let's see. Who else? Back to the phones we go. Is this Bob?
Hey, Steve, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. I got to be honest with you. I could have jerked off 90.
All right, Bob, there you go. Got your phone number. I kind of figured as much. That may be Bob on the next line down as well. Is somebody wanting to talk about the traffic conditions in Connecticut?
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Well, I'm doing just fine. Was Bob your friend there?
No, sorry?
No, I'm just curious if Bob was your friend or no. What's on your mind?
No, I'm over here on 995. I'm driving a lowboy right now. The conditions, it's pretty good out. 64 degrees over here in Connecticut.
Sounds like a comfortable night. So what's on your mind?
Not that I'm just, just driving around listening to you. Thought you were very entertaining. I'm a first-time listener. It's comforting having you out here on the road with me.
Oh, that's good. Do you have a handle, or do you just go by a first name?
Oh, Richie, sorry.
All right, Richie. Well, good to have you with us. So in the Northeast, you guys are pretty cool up there right now. You cooled off over the weekend. A little taste of fall.
Yeah, I mean, we had a hot spell about 2 weeks ago. It was pretty brutal, but right now it's 64. It's pretty nice out.
64, yeah. Fall will be here before you know it, Richie. So you're driving a lowboy, you say?
Yeah, I'm driving a lowboy right now, 60,000 pounds.
You do like local or regional up there in the Northeast, or
regional right now? I was doing national. I was driving out to California a few months ago, but with everything going on, it's better just to stay local.
Mm-hmm. All right. So how'd you come across the program? You just did you find us on like Facebook or YouTube or?
Well, what it was is I was jerking off.
I knew that was Bob's friend. Okay, it's two different phone numbers. He's having a good time tonight. Oh boy, it's 844-844-3388. I see, Richie Rich. Oh my. We'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. Again, coming up 5 o'clock this morning. Let's head on over to tncradio.live. It's all about mind, body, and soul. First, catch a fresh episode of Building Strong Minds with Christopher Kortman. Then it's Hopes Vera and the Driver's Life Podcast, as it's called. Finally, check in with our friends from TFC Global via Truckers Life Radio. It's all 24/7 for the truck drivers, tncradio.live. We're building bridges for the trucking industry, tncradio.live. Got a couple minutes before we hit news break, top of the hour. I would call it conflicting information. Story number one says Congress, of course, if you missed that, Congress last Friday actually passed their climate legislation. The reduced version of the Build Back Better plan, tax incentives aimed at trying to speed up the adoption of medium and heavy-duty trucks as far as electric vehicles are concerned. Now, it was pretty much along party lines, the vote 220 in favor, 207 against, to approve the Inflation Reduction Act, as they call it. So here we spent another $745 billion, but in the legislation, grants and incentives to reduce the cost of clean energy and health care and some tax reforms, as they say. This pared-down version of Build Back Better, obviously rejected by Republicans, so it's now headed to the president's desk. In addition to providing grants for zero-emissions port equipment, medium and heavy-duty trucks, including those used for long-haul freight, it can take advantage of tax credits in the bill for both electric vehicles, any purchase made after December 31st of this year, and for purchasing and installing battery charging infrastructure. Now, the EV purchase tax credit covers either the vehicle's incremental cost, the price difference between a diesel truck versus their electric counterpart, or 30% of the truck's purchase price, whichever is less. That's the criteria. The incentive, they say, is capped at $40,000 per vehicle purchase. The infrastructure credit provides up to $100,000 per charger. Now, because the heavy-duty electric trucks can cost $300,000 and more, this seems to be geared more toward trying to incentivize the purchase of smaller vehicles like cargo vans or box trucks for short-haul package delivery in some of the urban areas, which would make more sense. The cost differential between electric vehicles versus the internal combustion engine long-haul truck could be hundreds of thousands of dollars difference. So $40,000 would really be a fraction of the cost differential. Now, whether or not this is going to move the needle for larger long-haul trucks remains yet to be seen. But they had the vice president of electrification and autonomy at ACT Research, ACT Research, said there's another potentially limiting factor involved here. It's kind of a sliding scale over time that requires either the raw materials for these batteries, the battery packs themselves, has to come from the United States, or they are processed here in the United States, according to the report from FreightWaves. Now, she said, I see this as the key to obtaining the credit. It's not a slam dunk that any clean commercial vehicle will actually qualify for the full $40,000 tax credit. By no means. Matter of fact, the report last week said nearly 70% of electric vehicles purchased when the president signs this legislation in the next couple of days. I believe he's slated to sign this today, as a matter of fact. It's actually going to eliminate electric vehicle tax credits for most models that are right now getting up to $7,500. Again, up to 70% of electric vehicles will no longer be eligible for the credit, so it's kind of defeating the purpose. I'll give you more on that coming up. First, we got to get a news break. Our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
China announced more military drills around Taiwan as leaders of the self-governing island met with a new congressional delegation from the U.S. Beijing is accusing Washington of encouraging the island's independence through the sale of weapons and engagement between American politicians and the island's government. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was the highest-level member of the U.S. government to visit Taipei in 25 years. She visited the island a couple of weeks ago. The Justice Department is opposing the release of the affidavit justifying the search warrant on former President Trump's Florida estate, saying that doing so would harm its ongoing criminal investigation. Several media outlets are asking that the affidavit be unsealed, along with other documents related to the search warrant. The warrant itself was released on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A once prominent neurologist convicted last month of sexually abusing patients killed himself Monday at Rikers Island in New York. Dr. Riccardo Cruciani was found unresponsive in a shower area at the prison complex. His lawyer confirmed the 68-year-old's death in a statement, but not the manner. Prosecutors say Cruciani groomed vulnerable patients by overprescribing painkillers. 6 women testified that the sexual abuse often occurred behind closed doors at a Manhattan medical center during appointments nearly a decade ago. Jury selection began in the federal trial against R&B singer R. Kelly. It's happening in Chicago on charges that he rigged his 2008 state child pornography trial. The attorneys and judge focused on whether would-be jurors had seen the 2019 documentary Surviving R. Kelly, which outlined sex abuse allegations against the singer. The judge denied a request from Kelly's attorney to automatically exclude anyone who's seen this 6-part series. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of author Salman Rushdie. A death edict issued by Iran's supreme leader in 1989 still stands over how the Prophet Muhammad was depicted in Rushdie's novel The Satanic Verses. His agent says he's on the road to recovery. Pizza lovers beware, there's a recall you need to know about.
Chicago-based Home Run Inn Frozen Pizza is recalling more than 13,000 pounds of frozen meat pizza products. The U.S. Department of Ag saying the food may have been contaminated with foreign material, including metal. The recall applies to frozen 33.5-ounce cartons containing Home Run Inn Chicago's premium Pizzeria Deluxe Sausage Classic Pizza. They were also produced on June 6th and the Best By date of December 2nd, 2022. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Officials in Newton, Massachusetts are investigating a former employee they accuse of shutting down the police website during a pay dispute. The mayor said the former employee, the police department's IT director, took down the department's website in late June and July. According to the Boston Globe, the website directs visitors to a message that called on them to ask the mayor to restore it. Mayor Ruth Ann Fuller says the employee controls access to the site and has not turned it over to the city. A new department website is now live. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Grand National Circuit gets an unwanted week off. Regional action picks up the slack as the races heat up, and the countdown and the move-in to Bowling Green has begun. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The lone event on the association's premier level circuit this week, Napoleon, Ohio's Henry County Fair Pole, was canceled after a steady drizzle that started shortly before showtime would not let up for the next 2 hours. The result was a crushing disappointment, as it was to be the Northwestern Ohio venue's first time hosting all Grand National classes, and the pits were teeming with supers and pros, 2s and 4s, and minis, all looking to pick up a win and momentum heading into BG. The entirety of Morley, Michigan, and portions of Norwalk, Wisconsin were also washouts, so competitors will at least get some much-needed rest heading into the largest event of the season. The National Tractor Pulling Championships will overtake the Wood County Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, Ohio for their 55th edition this Thursday through Saturday, August 18th through 20th, for 26 classes over 5 sessions. Check out pulltown.com for information and tickets, or watch all 5 sessions live streamed at the NTPA's over-the-top service, ntpa.tv. And you can learn the entire schedule and review the winners and points at ntpapull.com. Okay, so that's what's ahead. Where do all the races stand? Let's take the opportunity Mother Nature has presented and catch you up on the NTPA Grand National Championship standings. They're easy to get. Each point is worth a finish order position among GN-registered vehicles. In light superstock, Adam Spiegelberg's Detonator Black leads Marcus Wedelson's Gunpowder and Lead by 2 points. In superstock diesel, Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister has opened a 10-point advantage over Kent Payne's Super Rooster. In Superstock Open, Brian Korth's Considered Armed and Dangerous HD leads John Strickland's Galat 2 by 6 points with a title to be decided in BG. In Super Farm, Ryan Anderson's Checkin' Out has a 7-point bulge over Stan Warder's Hammer and Hang. In Pro Stock, Danny Schmucker's Rampage is up 19 points on Mike Connie's Mac Nasty. In Two-Wheel Drive, Jesse Petro's Buckeye Holler leads his other truck Kathy's Complaint by a single point, and the Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It by 3. In four-wheel drive, Jake Zaring's Rule Number 19 is ahead of Carmen Foster's Foster Child by 10 and Mark Mangan's Outlaw by 12. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Justin Gearhart's Cream of the Crop is trying to hold off Shane Kellogg's Trump, which is 1 point back. In Super Semi, Brian Ellithorpe's Nicky's Nightmare leads Craig Braun's Executioner by 2, with it all on the line in BG. In Modified Mini, Adam Bauer's Cowboy Up and Iron Toy are separated by 7, with the Theobalds, Little Wicked, and C.J. Grassick's Pile Driver tied for 3rd at 13 back. In Modified, Brett Berg's Rink Seed sponsored Moneymaker is 6 up on Tommy Owens' Ramblin' Rose. And in Unlimited, Joe Ader's Emax is ahead of Steve Bollinger's Money Pit by 17 and Dave Richardson's Foursome by 18. Bowling Green will also open and close the season for the twin-engine Light Unlimited division. Again, that's pulltown.com for tickets, ntpa.tv for the broadcast, and ntpapull.com for everything else. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you very much, John Dunlap. There you go. So there's a whole bunch of the names and vehicles to be watching for coming up this weekend. It all culminates in Bowling Green, Ohio. There you go. NTPA action. I had no idea. 60,000 in the stands Saturday night for the finals. That's big. Hey, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Back to your calls momentarily. Let me get back to so when the president signs this later today, at some point in time, the White House said Biden will sign this legislation to approve the $430 billion climate, health, and tax bill. But it's going to restructure the existing 7,500 new electric vehicle tax credit and at the same time create a new $4,000 rebate for used electric vehicles. Tens of billions of dollars in new loan, tax credit, and grant programs for automakers to build cleaner vehicles, they tell us. Problem is, many automakers and dealers have been working with customers to kind of complete their binding written contracts ahead of that signing today to make them eligible for credits, even if they haven't received their vehicle yet. Here's the kicker. The Alliance for Automotive Innovation, a trade group that represents Volkswagen, General Motors, Toyota, Ford, and several others, have now said that this law, when signed today, will probably make 70% of the electric plug-in hybrid and fuel cell vehicles that currently qualify ineligible after today. Now, on January 1st, when the bill's new income and price caps, battery and critical mineral sourcing rules take effect, none would qualify for the full credit when additional sourcing requirements go into effect. None of them. Estimate from the Congressional Budget Office forecast 11,000 new electric vehicles will receive tax credits in 2023, assuming $7,500 per vehicle. Audi of America, Kia Corporation, and Porsche all said Friday that buyers of their electric vehicles will lose access to federal tax credits when Biden signs this legislation later today. Audi said only their plug-in hybrid electric will actually qualify to retain their existing federal credit through the end of this year. The bill makes any electric vehicle assembled outside of North America ineligible for tax credits. And that's bringing criticism from the European Union, South Korea, and many of the automakers. General Motors and Tesla previously hit the 200,000 vehicle cap, and they're no longer eligible. They will become eligible again starting January 1st, but they will also fall under the stricter sourcing and income rules, which will mean many of them will not be eligible. I think it almost sounds as though this is actually going to defeat the purpose, almost making it more prohibitive for people who were maybe thinking of purchasing an electric vehicle. You mean I'm not going to qualify for the $7,500 credit? I'm going to have to pay full price? Hell no. All right, we'll see where it goes. Let's see. Is that young Colton on board this morning?
No, this is pocket change. I was putting that out there because that DA up there in Connecticut, I heard you say Colton was on board or listening, and I thought, that's just lack of class right there. It shows that humans, they can fall through the cracks,
Yeah, right, yeah.
But, it's just, I cringe at the thought that maybe he got grandkids, Oh, gosh. But anyway, he's up there close to Joe Biden. But yeah, they were saying that you still qualify for a tax break on that if you install that charger at your house, right? For electric vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, I hope it just kind of hangs in there, give somebody some breaks, but myself, I don't want one, but they're out there. There's plenty of them out there. But the main thing, I just want to call in, check in, say hey, and I haven't talked to you in a while. But
yeah, it's been quite a while. Yeah, what's been happening?
I've just been working, Steve, doing about 5 trips to Dallas every week. It takes your time up, and weekends, they're too short.
I hear you. I can identify with that. Yep.
Yeah, well, so everybody would say hey and hope everybody stays safe, and appreciate old Big Moose. Y'all take care, Steve.
All right. Thank you for checking in. There you go. That frees up another line at 844-844-3388. So let's take a look at the Northeast. There's a storm that's going to be brewing off the New England coast this week. Now, 24 hours ago, there was concern that it may bring torrential rains, more flooding to parts of the Northeast. It now looks like it's going to probably be a few hundred miles off the coast. So it's going to be too far away to bring widespread drenching rain. Actually, some areas up there really need the rain. Going to take shape a couple hundred miles out to sea through the middle of this week. And because of the distance from the East Coast, most of the impacts, the heavy rain, the strong winds, which are typical of a wintertime nor'easter, will probably remain, for the most part, offshore. May still have some showers dampening the region, but as the cool air kind of lingers, only if the system would rapidly strengthen and track a bit closer to the coast, might eastern Massachusetts be hit with some widespread, windswept, heavy rains. But looks like the energy in the atmosphere is going to help the offshore storm form. It's already played a role over land, as we were talking Sunday night into Monday, that brought several inches of rain and flooding to parts of West Virginia and Virginia. Charleston, West Virginia picked up nearly 4.5 inches of rain in less than 12 hours from Sunday evening to Monday morning. So this offshore storm may pack enough punch to deliver more in the way of shower activities in, say, northeastern New England later this week. This stretch of coast very popular for beach and boardwalk activities this time of year. Water temperatures were pretty much at the highest point of the year at this part of the summer. So I guess the word is beachgoers on Cape Cod there in Massachusetts and the islands probably going to be dealing with some stiff winds and rain at times starting later today through Wednesday and into Thursday. Coastal winds could be too strong to actually put up some of the beach umbrellas today and Wednesday. I caught the story about a woman in South Carolina who was actually killed by one of those beach umbrellas that had become airborne and just, what are the odds on the beach? Winds picked it up and it actually impaled her in the chest, killed her. There was another dramatic video, some beach in Delaware, where this sudden offshore incredible winds kicked in, and literally it looks like hundreds, but dozens and dozens of beach umbrellas all begin tumbling toward the water and are actually rolling out into the ocean. I don't know if they were able to recover those or not, but that's going to be the concern. The winds are going to be up to 25 miles per hour, gusts to maybe 40 miles per hour from Rhode Island to eastern Massachusetts, southeastern New Hampshire by midweek. Winds will be active, not quite so strong, further south over much of the mid-Atlantic. Of course, that's the region that got a little taste of cool air this past weekend. Temperatures actually dipped into the upper 30s and lower 40s during the early morning hours over the central and northern Appalachians. Probably not going to get that cool again this week because you'll have some cloud cover that'll keep some of the warmer air in place overnight. But, that's September-like air. Sprawling toward the mid-Atlantic and the New England coast. Some of our travelers' weather. And back to your calls momentarily. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388. On the topic of electric vehicles, I could have sworn I saw a report in recent weeks that there had been rumors and rumblings that Dodge is going to be eliminating their muscle cars. Did you caught that? And some were saying, no, they're not. They're going to. Now, the report this past day says your V8 powered muscle cars are about to end, running close to the end of the assembly line. Dodge has announced production of the current Challenger and Charger will end in December, not this year, but December of 2023. So just over a year left. They will be replaced by the new electric vehicle platform. The Charger sedan has been in production at the Brampton, Canada factory since 2005. The Challenger joined in 2008. Over 3 billion horsepower worth of cars have been built in that facility. Dodge, they say, is having a blowout celebration for both models with a slew of special editions and options, along with the installation of a commemorative last call badge under the hood of every 2023 vehicle. The big push, if you want a muscle car, you want the V8 power, next year's your last chance. 6 new versions are set to be introduced here in the next few weeks, another debuting during the SEMA show in Las Vegas coming up in November. No details of any of them have been released yet, but Dodge says the 7th is actually going to make history, suggesting it could replace the 808 horsepower Dodge Challenger SRT Demon as the most powerful internal combustion engine muscle car ever built. They're also expanding the highly customizable jailbreak order option that launched last year with the 807 horsepower Challenger and Charger Hellcat Red-Eye models to include the standard 717 horsepower Hellcat engine. The Jailcat allows you to mix and match paint colors, trim, and the appearance packages in nearly any combination you can think of, they say. The classic Dodge paint colors, the B5 blue, the plum crazy purple, the sublime green are being added back to the available colors for next year, along with the more modern destroyer gray, as they call it. Dodge taking the unusual step of releasing the dealer allocations for the entire model year online, so you can actually track down exactly the car you're looking for. Yeah, pricing, they say, will be released in the coming weeks. I'm thinking they ain't going to be cheap. The 6-cylinder Challenger and Charger are also going to be discontinued. No more V8, no more V6. I just can't believe the manufacturers really feel that that short time frame, the people are going to be ready to go to these electric vehicles. The first electric Dodge muscle car is going to be released for the 2024 model year. Muscle car. All right, last chance. That's why they're calling it the last call for your Challenger or your Charger. What have we come to? It's 28 past the hour. Hey, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. This is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the overnight drive.
You boy.
A man who aspires to be called one day the Rich Little of the overnight drive. In the news this evening, well, there's no real news in Cornfield County, as you know. It's kind of boring around here. We have a story here, though, about Emma Baker. A lot of people don't realize this, but Saturday marked the 77th anniversary of VJ Day, victory over Japan. Most people are familiar with the nurse being lifted by the sailor in Times Square and all the celebrations and all that. The official signing was not until in September of that same year, but they formally surrendered on September 14th. And by the way, no, that wasn't Emma there in Times Square that you see the picture of. She was off at the side with nobody around her. Well, you know, she's volunteered for the USO in 41, soon after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And she was married to a World War II vet. You know, she was mostly passing out coffee and donuts, you know. Nobody really wanted to dance with her. She did serve her time, though, with the USO through the, you know, her and old Emmett. They got married soon after the war. And I've interviewed Emmett before his death. I asked him, I said, well, what's your secret to longevity? He was 96 when he passed. He says, well, Emma will not let me die. So that's why he stayed hanging on all those years. Well, now a word from our sponsor. GMA Enterprises, of course, has still got their famous pond umbrellas. I spoke to Gulligan earlier today, and he said these things are selling like hot cakes at a desert oasis. That's right. Keep your fish out of the rain, out of the sleet and snow. You know, hey, that's another idea to keep the sun off of them. Don't want your little scaly friends to get sunburned. Just remember, for the incredible low price of $19.95, you can order one umbrella. And with the secret code of Steve Summers Overnight Drive, you can get two umbrellas for the incredible low price of $49.95.
$49.
That's an over $10 value. Just remember their motto at GMA Enterprises, brought to you by their founder's great-great-father, the West Virginia werewolf. Will treat you right. Back to you, Steve, and thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, you're welcome. And we got to get a news break here. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Justice Department does not want the affidavit supporting the search warrant of Mar-a-Lago to be made public. Several media organizations are seeking to unseal the document for public perusal, but but the government says doing so would cause significant and irreparable damage to the ongoing criminal investigation. It was a week ago that former President Trump's Florida estate was searched for classified and or top secret documents. The actual warrant of this search was unsealed by a federal judge on Friday. An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of renowned author Salman Rushdie. 33 years ago, Iran's supreme leader issued an edict demanding Rushdie's death. That decree still stands over the novel The Satanic Verses, whose depiction of the Prophet Muhammad was seen as blasphemous by some Muslims. Rushdie was taken off a ventilator over the weekend and is on the road to recovery, according to his agent. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business.
You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And of course, primary season continues. Today is the day we all get to see just how bad will Liz Cheney go down in flames. I guess the final poll was released this past day, which says Liz Cheney is a 29-point underdog. Final poll before the primary today. Kevin McCarthy says her loss will be a referendum for the House January 6th Select Committee. I don't think she's going to win, McCarthy says. He was campaigning for Cheney's challenger, runaway polling leader, Harriet Hegman. And maybe we'll find out just, are the polls any more correct now than they were, say, back in 2020 or 2016? Polls have been so far off in recent elections. But he does say, I think it's going to be a referendum for January 6th. We all know Cheney defied the party after McCarthy pulled Republican nominations from the Select Committee because Pelosi had rejected Jim Jordan and Jim Banks of Indiana. So it ended up being Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. Both have been, of course, the anti-Trump Republicans. They joined the committee outside McCarthy's blessing. He denounced her for neglecting her Wyoming constituents to put her time and focus on one individual. And this today is the day when her constituents get to sound their displeasure. I think our whole focus has been different. Cheney was one of those 10 Republicans that voted to impeach Trump, and she's been serving as the anti-Trump committee's vice chairwoman, as a matter of fact. We touched on last evening, and most of those 10 will no longer be in the House come next January. Will it be a referendum in Wyoming today? But how significant, a 29-point underdog. Now, if she loses by just a handful of points, like 5% or 6%, that tells me that the polls are way off. If they're anywhere close to correct, she will go down in flames today. Get the message. You're supposed to be working for your constituents, Liz, and everyone else who's elected to represent in Washington, D.C. See what's going on with Left Lane Leroy.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now, Steve?
Loud and clear. Gotcha. Yes, sir. What's happening, Leroy?
Yeah. Okay. Well, before I talk about what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to say this, Steve. What is the situation with this Charlie Parkinson dude? I mean, that guy is ridiculous. I'm telling you, he only slightly funnier than pancreatic cancer, if you know what I mean.
He aspires to be the Rich Little of the overnight drive. Don't you understand?
Well, I don't know why anybody want to do that. The real Rich Little sucked. I don't know why anybody want to aspire to be Rich Little, much less Rich Little now. I mean, everybody forgot about him 40 years ago, Steve. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. But anyway, Steve, Rig.com, what I called to talk about tonight was we got a very, very special inductee into the annals of the Owner-Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association Hall of Fame.
Oh, no, another.
Little fella. Yeah, man. This is a little cat that come over here from a land far, far away, bought himself a little ex-U-Haul box truck and been delivering them votes to all the Democratic polls around the nation. And we would like to welcome the newest 2022 member of the Owner-Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association Hall of Fame, Mr. Egg Roll O'Main. And you were talking about old Liz Cheney going down. I got news for you, Steve. I got the inside track on this. Old Liz ain't going down because as we speak, little Egg Roll O'Main had got that U-Haul truck northbound and down with 95,000 mail-in ballots in the back of it. Liz is going to have an overwhelming victory after them polls close, Steve. That's the situation.
That would be interesting.
Hey, I'm cut up hard on this Mid-South truck here, plugging up the road, and I don't want to be on this telephone when I have to blow this air horn and put this dude in the ditch. So I'm gone. Thanks for taking my call.
Left lane, Leroy. Out and about. Remember, slow traffic remain to the right. On down to Key West, Florida, where police and the Monroe County Sheriff's Office reported over the weekend 25 bricks of narcotics were found floating 50 miles off the coast of Key West, Florida. Authorities received a tip Saturday afternoon from someone who spotted a fished-out bale floating in the waters there. Police arrived on the scene at Coconut Mallory Marina, where they found 25 rectangle-shaped bricks wrapped in green plastic, marked with XXX decals inside the bale. Estimated the total weight of the bricks was about 55 pounds. They submitted the suspected cocaine to the Property and Evidence Division. So that'll be given to federal authorities. Somebody, I guess, maybe saw the Coast Guard coming and decided to ditch their load. Either that or maybe their boat got overcome out there. Two different possibilities. With that, about 16 before the hour, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Vic. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. That's kind of quick. Last night I mentioned that I hadn't really paid a lot of attention to this oil prices. And then I'm looking today on some of these reports, and they said that the oil companies were going to be buying so many thousands of barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And I'm a little rusty at this commodity trading, and it hit me. Well, these oil companies are not going to raise the oil prices as long as they're selling off oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. So, as a matter of fact, they might even be driving the price down a little bit. So, I would say that you might want to watch and see how much that Biden is going to sell of that. And when the sales stop, you might start to see a price increase. Maybe not a real sharp one, but it will just gradually start to increase. And OPEC and the International Energy Agency, they're at odds about what's going to happen as far as the consumption of the of oil. OPEC seems to think that there might be some demand destruction, and that oil prices, the demand might not be quite so great. But the International Energy Agency is looking at it that even with the higher prices, that there will still be there won't be much demand destruction. That people will still be using a lot of the oil. And the other factor of this is you were mentioning about the high-powered V8s or V6s will no longer be made, after next year or something of that nature. But the other thing is that a lot of this oil consumption, they're planning on the biofuels taking up the slack, and the grains and the palm oils really don't seem to be being produced in excess this year, because there's a lot of food crops around the world, and feed crops they're being hurt by this current heat wave that's going on. And the deal over there with Ukraine and Russia, the ships are finally shipping the grain, but some of that grain is not in real good shape. Lebanon, the country, refused a load of I think the first or second load of corn coming out of the Ukraine. The wheat, I'm not exactly sure what kind of condition that will be in, but when I was looking at online at their storage facilities, they're not quite like some of our storage facilities. Some of their storage facilities, Ukraine, just looks like they were storing them in an open barn, and that's not a very good way to store grain if you don't have a whole aeration system. So, yet there's a lot to be seen as far as how far the condition of the grain will be. And I know this might sound kind of odd, but you actually need high quality grain to make ethanol or to get the oil out of it, like the sunflower oil, to get the oil and all. And so the biofuels could be kind of down a little bit this year. And like I said, once the Biden administration decides to quit selling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, you probably look for a bit of a bounce in the oil prices. And when I look at that, and I'm thinking to myself, why are they selling off that Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Because once it gets down to a certain point, if anything at all happens, then you're going to be in a world of hurt. And the whole deal over there, I've seen another delegation went to China, and they kind of fluffed up their feathers a little bit, but not near the reaction that Nancy Pelosi caused. And she and it wasn't only there with China and Taiwan; it was a lot of the people that have to get along with China over in that part of the world that were highly upset. And nobody knows what she's up to. But once all the elections and everything are over this fall, and Xi Jinping and the Communist Party Congress is held, all that'll be settled this fall. And if Xi is still in power, who knows what? You just have to look and see what the Communist Party Congress decides, because their crops haven't been doing all that well, and they've had a lot of flooding. So if they decide to step in and start buying a lot of stuff, because they do buy a lot of oil from Iran and Saudi Arabia, so if they step up their purchases, I would imagine you can look for inflation to come back. And the important thing to remember about the inflation that the people have, and the inflation the Federal Reserve looks at, they call it the core inflation. And the core inflation doesn't include housing, energy, and food, which that's the main things that most people have to suffer inflation from. So I don't really pay a lot of attention to the GE, to the Federal Reserve's core inflation, because it's not. It's unrealistic. It's just some sort of a fudge factor that they use to say, "Oh, inflation isn't that bad," whenever people are struggling. But that was all I wanted to comment on there. That I think we're in a transitory phase, but I don't think it's a transitory phase that the Biden administration is trying to sell. So I will be very surprised if we don't have some pretty strong rallies even going into the fall, which is contra seasonal for the grains. So
the million barrels per day is going to end, I guess, about 2 weeks, the end of August. So that's when they'll hit the 180 million barrel day.
Yeah, and ironically, that's whenever Europe will be coming back from their vacation, and when they will start building their reserves. Germany is still forecasting that they're going to have a voluntary 20% reduction in consumption, which I wouldn't be counting on that, because when they get cold, people are going to try to heat things up. And I don't know if Germany still does this or not, but I know years ago Germany didn't turn on the heat until in late October. It was kind of a national policy or something. And if it got chilly, that was just too bad, because they didn't. That was just their practice, not to turn on the heat, apartment buildings and things of that nature until late October. So by and large, I just see a lot of factors coming together that could cause it caused a steadying, if not a rise. And I know people that's thinking about their energy and their gasoline or diesel fuel, they don't want to hear that. And the whole deal with the EPA and the summer to winter switch over and all that. And I'm trying to think, there was a little refinery that had some kind of a problem, but it didn't cause much of a reaction in the fuel market and energy markets. But by and large, that with all that the Biden administration is doing with their attacks on coal and everything else, and we head into the winter, and people, their idea that if they're going to save a lot of energy going to electricity and cut down on emissions, and this new what they call Inflation Reduction Act, if you total up everything that they think people are going to save energy with putting in their electric cars or charging stations and everything else, and solar panels on their roof, I mean, they're only going to have to spend about $300,000 to save maybe $1,000 a year on energy costs. I mean, I really don't know where the Biden administration is coming from, but it's not going to help the energy situation at all.
Well, and we don't have the grid. We don't have the capability for all this electrification. I was looking from the Oil Price Information Service this past day, where they're saying, we're not going to be able to buy. Money will not solve our power grid problems. That's the headline. Despite tens of billions of dollars earmarked for grid modernization, the United States continues to face challenges in making sweeping investments to upgrade the electric systems to make them more resilient to extreme weather, as heat waves and winter storms continue to test the reliability of the entire grid. These modernization acts, these investments, are kind of constrained by the shared federal and state jurisdictions over the systems. And they've got regulatory issues, and of course politics comes into play. By some estimates, they say America would need $360 billion invested in transmission lines between now and 2030. It'd be $2.4 trillion by the year 2050. It's not a matter of money. Many analysts and consultants say because the U.S. lacks a national strategy that really defines the role of policymakers, state, federal agency, grid operators, utilities, in preparing the transmission system on a national level in order to handle a surge in all this renewable power generation. These electric vehicle charging stations, they're electrify everything drive. They're pushing to electrify. Today, they say oversight of the grid is the responsibility of it. You've got a whole patchwork of federal, state authorities. The push from the federal government for a massive investment in grid modernization and a major boost of renewable energy sources, it's just going to be met with resistance on a number of levels. They try to break it all down, but they explain our grid is in dire need of modernization, according to industry and experts. The National American Electric Reliability Corporation says extreme weather, inverter issues, and cyber threats pose unprecedented challenges to the grid. Severe weather has already challenged the grid. That kind of put resilience in focus. Another finding of the report was that large geographic areas have become dependent on renewable resources to meet peak loads. Multiple instances, we've seen the loss of solar in both Texas and in California. They confirm unaddressed inverter issues, increased risk of reliability issues. I mean, extreme weather and supply have resulted in more power outages in recent years, and to be quite honest, it's only going to get worse. U.S. electricity consumers experienced, on average, just over 8 hours of electric interruptions in 2020, the latest available numbers. That's the most, they say, since they started collecting reliable data back in 2013. How do you solve these reliability issues? We need not only trillions of dollars of investment, but improved federal, state, and local cooperation on who should do what to strengthen the resilience of the power grid. Yes, sir. I don't know. I guess we're preaching to the choir, but I've been beating this drum night after night for months and months, and it appears more and more that the facts are coming out from the experts saying, yeah, we're getting the cart ahead of the horse. This push for electrification, the electric vehicles, we're not ready for it. Meanwhile, Vic mentioned the European Union. Yeah, as winter approaches there, they're in for a world of hurt. As the energy bills mount, the threat of rationing is increasing. They say retailers are actually turning off the lights and considering shorter operating hours this winter. There's countries, I can't remember, I think it was it France, where they're pretty much turning off the street lights during the overnight hours, trying to conserve energy. Much of their electricity is generated with natural gas. They're not going to have enough gas to keep the lights on or the heat going this winter. They say government officials urging businesses, reduce your power use and have contingency plans in place so you're less resilient on gas imports if there are shortages, which that's pretty much guaranteed. They know there are impending shortages coming their way. They say Austria is reducing the hours of lights for storefront advertising outside more than 1,500 stores across the country. That's one, I guess, Spar, Austria. Not familiar with that business. So lots of businesses turning off the lights. How ugly is it going to get? Yeah, last month, the head of, I guess, Leclerc warned that France's largest food retailer may reduce their operating hours at stores to deal with power shortages. Let's get a news break here. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
China announced more military drills around Taiwan as leaders of the self-governing island met with a new congressional delegation from the U.S. Beijing is accusing Washington of encouraging the island's independence through the sale of weapons and engagement between American politicians and the island's government. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was the highest level member of the U.S. government to visit Taipei in 25 years, she visited the island a couple of weeks ago. The Justice Department is opposing the release of the affidavit justifying the search warrant on former President Trump's Florida estate, saying that doing so would harm its ongoing criminal investigation. Several media outlets are asking that the affidavit be unsealed, along with other documents related to the search warrant. The warrant itself was released on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A once prominent neurologist convicted last month of sexually abusing patients killed himself Monday at Rikers Island in New York. Dr. Riccardo Cruciani was found unresponsive in a shower area at the prison complex. His lawyer confirmed the 68-year-old's death in a statement, but not the manner. Prosecutors say Cruciani groomed vulnerable patients by overprescribing painkillers. 6 women testified that the sexual abuse often occurred behind closed doors at a Manhattan medical center during appointments nearly a decade ago. Jury selection began in the federal trial against R&B singer R. Kelly. It's happening in Chicago on charges that he rigged his 2008 state child pornography trial. The attorneys and judge focused on whether would-be jurors had seen the 2019 documentary Surviving R. Kelly, which outlined sex abuse allegations against the singer. The judge denied a request from Kelly's attorney to automatically exclude anyone who's seen this 6-part series. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of author Salman Rushdie. A death edict issued by Iran's supreme leader in 1989 still stands over how the Prophet Muhammad was depicted in Rushdie's novel The Satanic Verses. His agent says he's on the road to recovery. Pizza lovers beware, there's a recall you need to know about.
Chicago-based Home Run Inn Frozen Pizza is recalling more than 13,000 pounds of frozen meat pizza products. The U.S. Department of Ag saying the food may have been contaminated with foreign material, including metal. The recall applies to frozen 33.5-ounce cartons containing Home Run Inn Chicago's premium Pizzeria Deluxe Sausage Classic Pizza. They were also produced on June 6th and the Best By date of December 2nd, 2022. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Officials in Newton, Massachusetts are investigating a former employee they accuse of shutting down the police website during a pay dispute. The mayor said the former employee, the police department's IT director, took down the department's website in late June and July. According to the Boston Globe, the website directs visitors to a message that called on them to ask the mayor to restore it. Mayor Ruth Ann Fuller says the employee controls access to the site and has not turned it over to the city. A new department website is now live. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello to Richard, checking in from Central Florida. What do you got? 75 degrees at this hour. Getting kind of a late start with us tonight there, Richard. Good to have you on board, though. Yes, indeed. Gypsy Driver checking in. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience anywhere. 60 degrees clear here in mid-Michigan tonight. You know, only 82 more nights before we fall back to standard time. I think they're still voting on keeping daylight savings time. Yeah, more and more states are getting on board that bandwagon. It's about time to stop springing forward, falling back, all that good stuff, right? All right, meanwhile, it's 844-3388. Would you believe it? I told you. Yeah, somebody's making bank on these higher oil prices, which, by the way, have actually come down and continue to fall. West Texas Intermediate is below $90. Latest I saw, $88.81 a barrel. Current numbers. Brent crude at $94.13 per barrel. So all that should contribute to prices continuing to gradually come down, like Vic mentioned now. How much impact is the million barrels per day from the SPR having on prices on a global level? I don't know. They had a breaking headline which says the Permian Basin is on track for a record for production in the month of September. I guess this is the forecast for next month. The Permian Basin, which, by the way, the largest shale basin here in the United States, on track to hit a record 5.40 million barrels per day next month. Production set to rise by 79,000 barrels per day, according to the Energy Information Administration. Their latest drilling productivity report from this past day said total output among all the big shale basins in the country would increase to 9.04 million barrels per day in the month of September as well. That's a 141,000 barrel per day boost in production. American shale hasn't seen that level of activity since the start of the COVID pandemic. Biggest increase is outside the Permian Basin will be the Texas Eagle Ford, where production is expected to increase to 1.23 million barrels per day next month. That's like a 26,000 barrel per day jump. Eagle Ford is followed by the Bakken, which kind of straddles North Dakota and Montana with an increase of 21,000 barrels per day. Natural gas production is also on track to increase to 94 billion cubic feet per day in the month of September. The Permian Basin continues to outperform, they say. A lineup of pipeline contractors and developers have recently announced 5 natural gas pipeline projects that would increase the takeaway capacity by 4.18 billion cubic feet per day over the next couple of years, assuming completion of those gas lines remains on schedule. While the Baker Hughes rig count from last Friday shows that the total active drilling rigs in the United States actually fell by one that week. 763 active rigs. That's 262 rigs higher than this time last year. You know, Big Ed kind of made the call here a week or two ago. He said, you know, they're opening up more of those wells and rigs. So shale operations are making a comeback at this point in time. But I mentioned Make and Bank. Yeah, the Saudi energy company, Aramco, announced their profits jumped 90% in the second quarter compared to the same time last year. Their half-year earnings, nearly $88 billion. That's big news for the kingdom, of course. You know, we've said Saudi Arabia pretty much has oil and oil. 90% of that country's economy is based on oil. That's what they've got. So it's a big news for the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's spending power as the rest of the world pays higher gas prices. They're raking in top earnings. Major oil companies, ExxonMobil booked an unprecedented $17.8 billion profit. Chevron, a record $11.62 billion. Shell shattered their own profit record. Anyway, Aramco's net profits, helped by second quarter earnings ending in June that hit $48.4 billion. That's in a month? That figure is higher than all the first 6 months of 2021. In June of this year, they made as much as the first half of 2021. Wow. So big numbers. Obviously, the kingdom's very pleased with these higher prices. As I've said, why would they really want to do anything to bring prices down? This is their goal. For decades, when OPEC really had the ability to control oil prices with increases or decreases, and they would set a target price and they would adjust output to reach those target numbers. Yeah, there was that one point several years ago when they had all but lost their ability to control the prices because the United States had become energy independent. Remember that? Will we get back to that point? Morning, Horse Feathers. What's going on?
Morning, Your Honor. You wouldn't by chance happen to have a phone number to those Saudis, would you? See if they'd want to make a donation to me there for the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck convoy?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm thinking, you know, I've been looking for one of them philanthropists there to try to adopt me, and I'm thinking maybe I gotta expand my horizon a little bit and go a little further away here. Maybe I can get in there with I know a couple of people in the horse racing world there, and you know those Saudis there, they like their horse racing and that.
Yes, they do.
Maybe I can get a connection in there a little bit. Maybe I gotta start working on that a little bit, maybe. So you said over there in Europe that they're cutting back the electric and that. Have you heard anything over there in Amsterdam that they're shutting down red lights overnight, knowing supplying the workers there a 3-hour candle? They're going to have a 3-hour candle to use instead of red lights. Have you heard anything about that? Is it, can you get any information on that?
I'll have to do some research on that.
Yeah, you definitely want to research that red light district there, right? But anyways, you missed your opportunity to give Richie a first-time caller code there. I think Richie really could have deserved a $60 coupon code there from Hot Shot Secret there, because I think he could have used about $60 worth of FR3 there, because he sounded like he had a little bit of friction going on there.
Yeah,
he could use a little friction reduction. So
Richie and Bob doing a little circle jerk.
Yeah. Just think what FR3 could do for that situation, So anyways, but oh, I wished I'd known beforehand there. I saw the post from Hot Shot Secret that they'd been out to Christiana, PA there for the funeral there for Turbo Tom, and I didn't keep up with all the news there, busy through the week and that, but I didn't realize that was all going on. But that was only about, I don't know, 35, 40 miles from the house there, so everybody was kind of right out in the area, and I didn't realize it was going on. I would have tried to get over there and help support them with that, you know.
Yeah.
But anyways, so guess that's neither here nor there at this point. But anyways, so kind of a quiet night here for weather-wise. I guess they're saying it's supposed to be this way for a couple days, and then they're talking out our way here for the weekend there, Friday and or Saturday and Sunday anyway, that we got 50-60% chance of showers there through the days. So I don't know, is that going to be coming through Bowling Green out there before? You know, usually they're 6-7 hours ahead of us there for the weather and that. Is that going to affect them Friday, Saturday out there? Do you think? Have you got an extended forecast for that?
Yeah, well, hell, they can't predict what's going to happen in 24 hours, let alone 3 days out, right?
All right. Well, I thought you had connection there with the AccuWeather gods there. You had the inside track with them. But
well, I can look at what they're having to say right now. It's showing for Bowling Green. Let's see, partly cloudy Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and no rain in the forecast right now until Sunday.
Okay. All right. Yeah, they say here are the Baltimore people there. They were predicting their 50% chance for both Saturday and Sunday. So I wasn't sure what was coming through ahead of time there. They're out to the west of us. But so speaking of Baltimore, did you hear there was 6 more homicides over the weekend there? They're just stacking them up like cordwood down here in this city.
Wow.
So anyways, but I guess they're starting to announce more initiatives of how they're going to try to react and act and put new programs in place, and I guess we'll see how it all works out there. Of course, the best thing that's going to happen is after November, I guess they're supposed to have a new state's attorney, that Marilyn Mosby. She didn't get put through with the primary, so she's out on her butt on the street there, and I don't know how long she'll even be out for there, because they got her up on charges there for contempt of court. So she's got to go get defended to see if she can actually stay on this side of the Crowbar Hotel bars there. So,
interesting.
So she might be in one of them little 8x8 square cells there or something. I don't know. She probably qualify for one of those high and elite. You know, I don't know. You don't those people get special cells to go to there where they got full cable TV, running water, you know, full 3 or 4 rooms of whatever, and I don't know.
Kind of like a Holiday Hilton hotel.
Exactly. So, anyways, but so I guess the only other thing we got going on here Maryland-wise, the other day there, I guess they certified the primary election, so that's all in the books, and whatever they got, they pretty much said that's the way it's going to be. So I guess there's no more anybody can do to say it's not the way they want it, or you know it's you know what they got now is what's going to be on the ballot in November. So I guess we're look forward to whatever we can do with that, but don't expect much change from this state here, because 75% of the votes there vote on the Democrat side. So don't expect any help from this state out there for anybody else. So, but we'll be hoping that the rest of the world knows what to do there. The rest of the country can actually, you know, pull off what we need and see how many extra votes they get, them extra ballots there. They got stockpiled up in trucks and corners of post office and wherever else they hide them at. We'll see where we all end up at there. But other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you there. Things, as I say, are pretty quiet tonight. So we'll let you get out there and search for another intelligent caller. And, hey, maybe I should sign off here by saying what? How about KMG 365? Where did that come from? Work on that.
Thank you, Horse Feathers. Hello to Tim the pilot. Tim's on board, been checking in here via YouTube, talking about the electric vehicles. I said, of course, he said, the more electric vehicles, the higher the chance of grids going down. Absolutely. Elon has sold over 3 million vehicles so far alone. Then he said they're actually working on electric aircraft also in the future. There was an all-electric aircraft built by Rolls-Royce that actually broke 2 world speed records. November of last year, the Spirit of Innovation hit 354.4 miles per hour, an electric aircraft. Okay? Anyway, said all you drivers out there, keep it shiny side up. I'm going to be bringing you back 200,000 pounds of stuff to throw on some of your trailers. So he's heading up to the skies. Yeah, on my way to a balmy minus 38 degrees at 37,000 feet. It's amazing, yeah. You get up there, cruising altitude. It's mighty cold outside that plane. Anyway, gonna eat his breakfast. I'll be tuned in. 38 below at 37,000 feet. There you go. And not a breath of air if you lose pressure, right? Safe travels there. Tim the pilot, good to have you on board. Santa Claus checking in. Morty and Steve from Sacramento. 78 degrees here at this hour. Santa Claus out. All right, good to have you on board. Hello to the Rambler. Hello, Overnight Drive Radio Nation. Brother Rambler checking in with y'all tonight from the Big Easy, where it's a humid, breezy 82 degrees this morning. I saw your photographs there, Rambler. I think he's going to try to check in and share the story. Sent me a picture. Said, this only happens to me. I guess it was like in the parking lot at the store he was delivering to last evening. That was a big alligator. We'll get the full report. Meanwhile, 23 past the hour.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll be getting a news update just a few minutes away here, just around the corner as we hit the bottom of the hour. And, of course, the line's available at 844-844-3388. Latest on the Mar-a-Lago raid. Yes, the Justice Department objecting this past day to making that affidavit public. The affidavit that they say justified the search of Trump's home. Because if we release it, it would compromise future investigative steps and probably chill cooperation from witnesses. 13-page pleading filed in a federal court in southern Florida in response to the request by the New York Times and other news organizations to make public the evidence included in the document. Prosecutors said, well, yeah, we've taken a broad, intensive inquiry into the handling of some of the most secret documents of the government after Trump left office. They acknowledged interviewing witnesses in connection with the investigation. They also said releasing the document could compromise the continuing investigation. They're not done yet. One of the reasons proposed by the government for not releasing the affidavit was to protect the identities of the witnesses against death threats. Yesterday, prosecutors in Pennsylvania unsealed charges against a man accused of repeatedly threatening to kill FBI agents after Trump's property was searched. Anyway, the magistrate judge who signed off on the search warrant will ultimately decide whether the affidavit should be released. Not clear when he's going to rule on the news media's request. I don't know if does it need to be released publicly to the media. There are several in Congress who are saying, yeah, well, you don't necessarily have to release it for the general population, but Congress needs to see this. And then they could make determinations. Was it a justified raid is the question that they're looking for answers to. Hello to the garbage throwing daddy here. Email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Dear Steve, this one energy system that they push for has always baffled me. Would it not benefit us as a country as well further our energy independence to utilize all forms of energy? Now, I see this push, this whole, I guess the electrification thing is falling flat on its face and costing the taxpayers even more in the end. Now, I just wish they would worry more about all of us instead of theirs and their agenda, as always. Anyway, love the show. Thank you for your dedication. Yours truly, the garbage throwing daddy from outside Cincinnati. On board. There you go. Good to have you with us. And we'll get back to the calls. Plowboy, got you coming up here. I'll have room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Will it be a midnight train to Georgia or a bus or an Uber, as a Fulton County judge suggested? Rudy Giuliani expected to testify in person on Wednesday before a grand jury in Atlanta as an investigation into interference with the 2020 election in the Peach State continues. Now the former New York mayor and personal attorney to former President Trump could face criminal charges. His lawyers were informed that he was an investigation target. A federal judge ruled that South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham must also testify this month. The news comes as the Justice Department wants to keep the affidavit that triggered the search on Mar-a-Lago sealed. It says that it would affect the ongoing criminal investigation. Also, the affidavit has matters of national security involved. Several news organizations seeking to unseal the document. A federal judge in Florida allowed the warrant to be released publicly on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I guess one of the latest to speak out yesterday was Mike Turner, Representative Mike Turner of Ohio. He's the one who said the Department of Justice and the FBI need to show Congress, if not the public as well, this affidavit. We need to understand why this move was required. And they damn sure should have set a pretty high bar, he said. This had to rise to the level of immediate national security for them to go through with this. And many have been saying it by no means was at that level. So the documents would contain a list of of course, the items taken, but the affidavit used to get the magistrate to sign the warrant would outline the specifics of the crimes allegedly being investigated. It's still under seal. They had the ability to go to court and even just enforce the subpoena that they'd been asking for the court to take possession of the documents, ordering the former president to deliver the documents to them. None of these were taken. They had the ability to do that. Why? If they didn't exhaust all other options, remember the word was there had to be this threat of imminent destruction of the documents. Trump wasn't even there. He's vacationing. He's spending the summer in New Jersey, for crying out loud. Now, he went on to say, yet look at the past treatment. Hillary Clinton, the 2016 nominee for the Democrats. I mean, there were similar accusations. And, of course, Trump, the political rival of Joe Biden, they actually helped stop Attorney General Merrick Garland's appointment to the Supreme Court. More information is required for a bipartisan group in Congress to understand what was the urgency of this action, he says. They don't want to release the affidavit. Yep. Back to the phones we go. Plowboy's on board. Morning. Happy Tuesday, Plowboy. How's your week starting out?
Morning, Steve. Well, that was probably one of the smartest things that damn dumbass out of the state of Kentucky ever did. And that's when he put that what would you call it, moratorium on putting that damn Merrick Garland in there as a Supreme Court justice until President Trump's election. Was that not it?
Yeah,
was that out that movement Obama was trying to push through, and we said not no, but hell no, wait till after the presidential election?
Yep, correct.
And that's about the smartest thing McConnell's ever done. But I'm really going to keep shut until I want to see what's all in that affidavit. I do. I want to hear it. Can't stand it. Really can't. Something else. I heard on the news break. Now get your popcorn ready. I think it's next week. I guess they're going to put Lindsey Graham up on the stand.
I see. I guess they're subpoenaing, making him testify.
Oh, he's just going to be just damn near lovely. He is going to unload on him like a Gatling gun, and I hope the hell he doesn't hold back. I mean, he didn't hold back before, and like I said, get the popcorn ready. This is very interesting on him. But all eyes on Wyoming tomorrow. Y'all do the right thing up there. By the way, I think this is a covert operation. There's another election up there, and she's no friend of President Trump either. That little bitch out of the state of Alaska. You don't think Big Ed was doing some ballot harvesting up there now, do you?
Ah, maybe.
Murkowski's up, and I forget how in the hell you pronounce her name. It's a pretty little blonde. She doesn't look like she's a day over 28, maybe 30 years young, running against Murkowski. And Murkowski needs to go. She's no friend of the American people. She has done nothing for the trucking industry. And she's a Trump hater. And I mean, I think the Senate is looking pretty damn good. Can we hold up? Really, I do. If nothing happens to stop the November election or slow it down, put it that way, I think I know we got the Senate. But your rig count, sir. What's Pennsylvania? Did you seen anything on Pennsylvania? Because I'm starting to get a lot of stuff across Facebook coming out of Pennsylvania. Washington and Claysville area. Or Marcellus.
Did
you see anything on that?
What do you mean? Where
Sugar Bear and them was running up there in Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio.
And they shut a lot of that down. You're seeing
but
that
there's something that's coming back, sir.
Okay, that's what you're questioning about. And I haven't really seen whether is it coming back in P. Okay.
No, I seen didn't see. I heard where you were talking about Permian Basin and Eagle Ford and all that. I was just curious what was being said about, because I got about 3 or 4 postings that came across Facebook. Was looking for anybody to go up there to Pennsylvania for oil and gas. But I'm just kind of curious. But one more question on this oil. You don't think them damn Saudis could turn them damn pumps up and pump the hell out of us now, do you? As they see the prices dropping and go ahead and flood the market. And you know how we've been known to, the market's flooded, now we're going to shut back. You get where I'm at?
Yeah, I mean, as long as the prices are holding up in that $90 per barrel range, they're making bank on that.
Yeah, because break even, what's 55 or 52 somewhere in there?
Their oil is some of the cheapest oil in the world to get out of the ground. They're probably in the $20, $25 range, or maybe even less.
Exactly. Yeah, with you. Now back to Ed and his trip. There's one thing I didn't see. I didn't see any pictures of no pristine land up there now, did you, Steve? You always heard about, we can't drill in Alaska and in Anwar. I didn't see anything up there too damn pristine, did you, on his pictures?
Right.
All I seen was fog and
fog and clouds and rain.
Yep. I better get off here. Y'all have a good night. Yeah, this is my last phone call for a while.
All right. So won't hear from me for a while. Okay, going back into hibernation, are you? Or gonna be going back to sleeping nights, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I learned a new word this past day. You ever heard, what is the term? It's the squirrels in New York. People concerned about the squirrels. It's been a hot summer in New York, right? And, of course, that impacts our behavior. But squirrels being spotted kind of like sprawled out on their stomachs, the arms and legs all stretched out. The term is splooting. You ever heard that one? Splooting. S-P-L-O-O-T-I-N-G. Splooting, as it is less commonly known. Squirrels in this particular position. Yeah, people posting, there are people thinking there's something wrong with the squirrels. Like 40,000 posts on Instagram tagged with the word splooting. And it's not just squirrels, even dogs, even cats. As it turns out, they say this is quite the normal, healthy activity. It's a way that helps cool them down during the summer heat. Many mammals have less fur on their bellies compared to the rest of the body. So on those hot days, they'll lie flat on their stomach on cooler surfaces. If you find a shaded area with rocks or bricks or things of that nature, the cool ground takes some of the heat off their body. So do not be concerned, they say. If you see a squirrel lying down like this, don't worry, it's just fine. The squirrels are keeping cool by splooting. Another word to add to your repertoire. You ever tried splooting, Rambler?
No, Steve, I'm sorry. You caught me with a mouthful of candy. No, sir, I never have.
Never have tried, okay.
Oh, you're okay, buddy? No, but I apologize, everyone.
I caught him with a mouthful. What? I mean, I know Gilligan rolls up and down the interstate eating his Reese cups. What are we chowing on tonight?
Peanut M&Ms, brother.
Peanut M&Ms.
I wasn't expecting you. I wasn't expecting you to get to me right away. I was interesting. No, I have a Siberian husky, and when I get home in the morning, always, I get home and put something in my air fryer, and I walk her. And when we get back, that's what she does: get some water, and she sprawls out on the floor to get cool.
Yep.
So I never knew it was called splooting, God's children. Never knew that.
Now you know.
But now I know. Praise God. And hello, everyone. And sorry you caught me eating. Like I said, Steve caught me by surprise there. But praise God, I'm glad to be on the air with you, Steve. And we had a great weekend, great service at Determined Ministries Church. Started our sermon series on God's universal law. Only managed to get through one or two of the 10 Commandments, and we got more on the way. We got more coming, so just tune in and hear what God has to say, But yeah, the report on the alligator. I have learned that it is mating season for alligators.
Okay.
And yeah. Well, see, I've been seeing a lot more of them. If you travel airline highway, that's Highway 61. From Metairie all the way up to Baton Rouge, you'll see a few of them killed and splattered on the side of the road. Apparently, they're looking for a mate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Friday night, I pull into Boutte, Louisiana. We have a store there, and I pull in, and the police have the entrance to my store boxed off, and I see a pickup truck, and I'm thinking, okay, they got someone for DUI or they're arresting someone. So I go around to the second entrance, and the cops come. They're waving at me, and they told me, driver, don't get out the truck. I'm like, why? And they pointed. I said, good God Almighty.
What was that? Was that like a 10-footer?
Buddy, the man you saw on the picture that was kneeled down, he took a rod, prodded the alligator, got him to move to the grass, and they took a gun and shot him in the back of the head.
Really?
And they measured him out. Yeah. And I'll tell you why they did that. I didn't like seeing it. I'm getting old. I'm getting to where I just don't like killing things. I'm sorry there, Carolina monkey gouger. I'll still fish, but it's getting to where I don't know. I'm getting a soft heart in my old age.
Yeah.
But yeah, they poked and prodded, got the alligator to move out of the parking lot. Apparently, the people had called the police because he had done crossed Highway 90 twice there. And he was a male, and he was, I guess, looking for a mate.
Mm-hmm.
But after they shot him in the back of the head and killed him, they took a measure of tape, and he measured out over 13 feet long.
Wow. Big boy.
Over 13 feet. Big boy, yes.
I mean, normally,
I
I thought they normally, wrangled them and relocated them back out in the swamp or something.
Well, in the state of Louisiana, there is a law. My wife looked it up, Miss Rambler. And if the alligator is over 9 feet long and it is in a residential area, then by law, they have to shoot and kill him. Because And the reason why is something that big, because, even places in Louisiana, you have populated areas even out in the middle of the bayou. So, turns out it was a residential area where it was high traffic. There was hotels there.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't want that thing getting any kind of small dog or a child. So, they popped him in the back of the head and measured him out and loaded him up the back of the truck and carried him on off. But it was unique to be able to pull in the parking lot. And, I'm like, man, if I hadn't taken an hour and a half nap, I would have been at that store unloading when that thing come out of the ditch. I had to go to Google Maps and look, and I said, okay, here's the railroad tracks. There's 2 deep ditches on both sides, and then there's a swamp, the bayou.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently he crawled out that bayou and was trying to cross Highway 90 to go to a different area of water looking for a female. But my God, he was huge. A really, really big alligator.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, yeah, I know. It's like, man, not only do I have to keep my eyes open and, for people trying to walk up on me to rob me or beg for money, now I got to keep my eyes open and watch out for alligators.
Yeah, I'd assume he's consumed a few dogs and cats and who knows what.
To be 13 foot long, maybe someone to be an expert on gators, maybe Dingbat can call up. She's an expert on how gators lose. A little reference to football season because the artificial drink of the Florida Gators is choke. But and brain dead. Look, I love you, buddy. But them cream-colored orange jerseys ain't going to do a darn thing either. They're going to get their butt kicked by Alabama and get their butt kicked by every other SEC team. So don't be hooping and hollering either. And by the way, look who's number 1 in the college football polls. My beloved Alabama Crimson Tide. Roll, God's children. Number 1. And we're going to win another national championship. All that being said, and I'm sure Dingbat knows about gators, and especially how to make one lose, because she's a big gator fan there. All joking aside, though, I tell you what, I'm just glad to know that I wasn't outside the truck when that thing decided to walk up on me. I could have not ended well for Brother Rambler here. But, Steve, I thank you. My God, I tell you what, we had such a great service this past Sunday. And, there's so many people, Steve, that have messaged me. There's a lot of people that have cancer. I mean, besides my brother Norman, who goes by trouble when he used to drive, he's ate up with cancer. There's several people, Steve, that have messaged me, and, man, they're fighting a heck of a battle. Got people that, Steve, you just wouldn't believe, seriously now, on a serious note, the amount of people who have messaged me and not asking this church or me for money. Just, they don't have no one to talk to. And they have no way to pay their rent. The idiot in chief in the White House has made it very, very tough on a lot of people. There's a lot of people that's fishing to get evicted, and they ain't got nowhere to go. We're talking families, Steve. They ain't got nowhere to go. They can't afford nowhere else to go. So we just need to be praying for them. And you mentioned the power grid earlier. I don't like to mention other shows, but I will mention this. George Dorian, Coast to Coast, has been having a push forever, and show us Newt Gingrich on insulating our power grid.
Mm-hmm.
All it would take is one X flare from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
It would put the Carrington events from 1845 to shame, or some rogue nation to explode
EMP,
a nuclear device in our atmosphere, EMP, electromagnetic pulse, to take out our power grid. And our power grid, the substations, the transformers, I mean, look, it would knock us back to Revolutionary War times, And then you think the little old millennials and the Generation Z, they don't even know how to get out there and work. They couldn't even much less plant a garden. This whole world would be plunged into teetotal chaos. It really would be. So, yeah, we need to do something with the grid. The grid needs to be insulated. We definitely need to do a better job with our power grid. Amen to that. And them two callers that called up during the very first of the show, I know they called up before. You know, you got to have a lot of stones to call up a show and to say something like this. And I'm not going to pass judgment, but Steve, I'd be willing to bet that if they were to pull their cell phone records, they'd probably find child pornography on their cell phones, because that's just a creepy thing to do and pretty much a disgusting thing to do, to call up a show like that. I mean, you really have some issues. You really do. And you really need prayer. You seriously do. It's not funny to call up a show. You know, if you would have called up any other radio show, you know, you would have gotten a lot of trouble. You know, and you know, you can use any kind of fake number you want to. You know, Steve's going to catch you every time, but I think you need to be investigated. I seriously think you do, because you really got issues. You seriously got more issues than TV Guide ever put out.
Yeah, I think he's got the ability. I think he can spoof numbers, because, you know, when he called last week, he had a different area code. He called in tonight with 2 different area codes. Then he was trying to call back using anonymous, which I'm not going to pick up anonymous, because I know who that is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But, you know, I mean, seriously, why? What enjoyment do you get? I mean, that's juvenile.
Getting his jollies.
And well, you know, and it's also perverted, because look, you have women, decent women that listen to this show, like Miss Millie. She don't need to be hearing that. You know, you have a lot of decent, God-honest people that listen to this show. They don't need to be hearing that. And for someone to do that, you got some serious issues. And I think you need to have your computer seized, your cell phone seized, and maybe come on down here to Louisiana to a place called Oakdale, and that's where they put the chomos. That's child molester. That's what they call them in prison. They call them chomos. You know, see, they have to put them in special prisons now, because they can't be with gin pop, because they'll get raped, or they'll get the living, you know what, beat out of them.
Yep.
So yeah, you know, just come on, dude. Don't do that no more. Other than that, Steve, I'm gonna get off here. Everyone stay safe out there. Watch out for the alligators, the rubber tires on the road, and watch out if you're down here deep south. Watch out for the other alligators on the road. It is mating season. And you know what they're looking for? They're looking for love. And if you're looking for love, you can find it in Jesus Christ, because God's children, love is just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and next time you talk to me, I won't have a mouthful of candy. God bless you, children. I love you, Steve. We'll see you later, brother.
Thank you much. I did a quick search there. Say, how old would like a 13-foot alligator be? I mean, so the guesstimates says a 12-foot would be about 40 years old. There's one where a 13-footer was found in Georgia that was estimated to be 50 years old. So anyway, that gator you came across the other night there, or Monday morning, I guess that was. Rambler, that alligator may have been older than you. It's been around for a while. All right, we get a news update here. Hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
China announced more military drills around Taiwan as leaders of the self-governing island met with a new congressional delegation from the U.S. Beijing is accusing Washington of encouraging the island's independence through the sale of weapons and engagement between American politicians and the island's government. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was the highest level member of the U.S. government to visit Taipei in 25 years. She visited the island a couple of weeks ago. The Justice Department is opposing the release of the affidavit justifying the search warrant on former President Trump's Florida estate, saying that doing so would harm its ongoing criminal investigation. Several media outlets are asking that the affidavit be unsealed, along with other documents related to the search warrant. The warrant itself was released on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A once prominent neurologist convicted last month of sexually abusing patients killed himself Monday at Rikers Island in New York. Dr. Riccardo Cruciani was found unresponsive in a shower area at the prison complex. His lawyer confirmed the 68-year-old's death in a statement, but not the manner. Prosecutors say Cruciani groomed vulnerable patients by overprescribing painkillers. 6 women testified that the sexual abuse often occurred behind closed doors at a Manhattan medical center during appointments nearly a decade ago. Jury selection began in the federal trial against R&B singer R. Kelly. It's happening in Chicago on charges that he rigged his 2008 state child pornography trial. The attorneys and judge focused on whether would-be jurors had seen the 2019 documentary Surviving R. Kelly, which outlined sex abuse allegations against the singer. The judge denied a request from Kelly's attorney to automatically exclude anyone who's seen this 6-part series. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of author Salman Rushdie. A death edict issued by Iran's supreme leader in 1989 still stands over how the Prophet Muhammad was depicted in Rushdie's novel The Satanic Verses. His agent says he's on the road to recovery. Pizza lovers beware, there's a recall you need to know about.
Chicago-based Home Run Inn Frozen Pizza is recalling more than 13,000 pounds of frozen meat pizza products. The U.S. Department of Ag saying the food may have been contaminated with foreign material, including metal. The recall applies to frozen 33.5-ounce cartons containing Home Run Inn Chicago's Premium Pizzeria Deluxe Sausage Classic Pizza. They were also produced on June 6th and the Best By date of December 2nd, 2022. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Officials in Newton, Massachusetts are investigating a former employee they accuse of shutting down the police website during a pay dispute. The mayor said the former employee, the police department's IT director, took down the department's website in late June and July. According to the Boston Globe, the website directs visitors to a message that called on them to ask the mayor to restore it. Mayor Ruth Ann Fuller says the employee controls access to the site and has not turned it over to the city. A new department website is now live. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Crossover the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Hope the week's off to a good start here. Just as the case was 24 hours ago, was the training of storms over West Virginia, a couple of counties, state of emergency. All right, we're watching some heavy rains tonight. Pushing through right now, central portions of Missouri, right about from Columbia, Missouri, go northwest, nearly to Omaha, Nebraska. Then you got that Kansas-Nebraska line. I mean, from east to west, the entirety of that zone. Showers, thunderstorms kind of training along that line. So, northern Kansas, southern Nebraska could see some flooding issues. And some more heavy rains back into southeastern Colorado, north central, northeastern portions of that would be New Mexico. Pockets of heavy rain, the heartland of the country, as we call it, which has already endured multiple weather events in recent weeks. Major flooding in St. Louis. Of course, the ongoing drought across portions of the high plains. This week, though, forecasters tell us this slow-moving system is going to allow these clusters, bringing swaths of heavy rain and localized flooding. But it's the gradual movement, the slow movement of these storms along this front. It's going to allow for heavy rain and flooding from portions of South Dakota, Iowa, Missouri, Western Illinois. That's the zone we're kind of watching as we speak this morning. Multiple rounds of heavy thunderstorms may move over the same locations. They call it the training of the storms, which can rapidly turn manageable rainfall into flooding rains. In some cases, which indeed we saw 24 hours ago, training thunderstorms can unleash a month's worth of rain in just a few hours. They saw that in West Virginia in those counties last evening. Literally a month's worth of rain fell between Sunday night and Monday morning. Severe weather touched down north of the greatest flood risk Monday evening as a massive tornado formed near Russo, North Dakota. A large funnel that pretty much stayed out in the open fields in the area. Luckily, it was not in a populated area. But between now and Wednesday, we'll see a broad area, 2 to 4 inches of rain in places that get these heavy storms. Some may even see higher totals. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Des Moines, Iowa, Kansas City, all areas that will be potentially in that zone for flooding rains. Northeastern Nebraska, far eastern Kansas, Arkansas, even eastern Tennessee. Drenching downpours will also be possible. Even the flood threat it'll be a bit more isolated there, but things could be, over a very short distance. They're saying just a few miles may separate someone that maybe you'll see some light rain just literally a few miles away. They could be under dangerous flash flooding. All right, Philip on board. What's going on this morning, Philip?
Just driving to work like I usually am, bud. You're talking about training rain. That's what happened in eastern Kentucky. And it also happened recently in Las Vegas. I don't know if you see the pictures
I
of
did.
flooding out in Vegas there.
That was incredible. Yeah, some of the hotels and casinos got water coming in them. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's training rain. We get it down here all the time. And Rambler talking about alligators. That's funny. We got one down here in Florida he's still alive. He's down in Lakeland at a preserve. He's 17 foot long.
Wow.
And they think he's prehistoric because as big as he is, it's not so much about the length of the gator. It's how big his head and everything is in his width. He's the biggest one that they've seen down here. He's 17 foot. He's at a wildlife preserve in Lakeland, Florida, just outside of Lakeland. But down here in Florida, we take care of gators when they call it aggressive gators, and they're ones that come at you. If they come at you, they doesn't matter what size they are like that, they'll just take them out. All the other ones that are nice and calm, they take them. We got a place called Lake Jessup. It's over by Sanford, Florida, and Oviedo, around in that area, and they dump them off in there. That's where they take a lot of them at. And them things, they do a death roll. Have you seen that, Steve? You ever seen the death roll?
Yes, I have. Sure have.
When you see them do that, there was I seen a video recently of one that they caught. I can't remember if it was down towards Miami or Palm Beach. And it was a pretty good big boy. He was probably about 10 foot. And he did the death roll. And that death roll, what they're doing, they're trying to, get away from you. And then they're also trying to take you out. If they can knock you down, they're going to do it. That's what they do. When they roll and then they knock you with their tail and get you on the ground, and then they go after you. So, gators are nothing to play with. I've seen a bunch of them in my time. And them guys in Louisiana are really lucky they shot that one behind the head, because usually those things have got a plate that runs all the way from their snout all the way back past their head, and that plate keeps them protected. You ain't going to shoot them directly on if you're going to get them. So they're real lucky they got them where they got them. So, but that's all I got today, bud. I hope y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me on, bud.
Yeah, I had an update on one of your favorite stories. The Artemis may be rolling out a little sooner than anticipated, according to NASA yesterday.
Well, roll on out there, buddy. Let's see if we can get it off. I don't know. That technology's old. It's old. They say it's the newest technology. I think what they did is they just took the basic design of the space shuttle and made a rocket out of it. But a lot of things that's got to come together to make that rocket fly. And I hope they can get it off. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but the amount of money that we spent on it, they better show something for it, because I'm telling you what, that's probably the world's most expensive rocket that we've invested in the space program. I bet you they spent more money on that than what even the Apollo missions have got. And Steve, before I go, I wanted to mention you something. You know how a lot of people are really, really going for Governor DeSantis right now, for president, different things politically. Have you noticed, I don't know if it's just me or not, but I noticed that Governor DeSantis has been doing a lot of campaigning for other candidates in other states. Have you seen that?
Can't say that I've really noticed per se, but I know a lot of people calling that they'd like to see him run or a Trump DeSantis ticket kind of thing.
I think it might be a Trump DeSantis type thing because I don't know. It just seems like to me here lately he's been doing a lot of campaigning for other people out of the state of Florida. He's been going over into different candidates that have been running for their primaries that are coming up. And he's been doing a lot of campaigning out of Florida. Haven't heard too much out of him because I don't know if anybody's watching the race down here too much. But the Democrats, they got their primary going, but there is no primary for the Republicans because it's just DeSantis on the bill, and that's it. So he's just waiting to see who turns out of between Nikki Fried and Charlie Crist. I don't know. I think he's going to get back in as governor, but I got a feeling you guys might watch around 24. You never know. He might be a vice president candidate with Trump. You never know, or possibly he might be running for president. I don't know. It just seems like he sparked a lot more interest into it here lately, but I know he blew off of it for a while there. He wasn't, I'm concerned more about Florida than I am about politics. And, but I got a feeling that he's going to come out. So you guys have a good one, Steve. Thank you for having me.
Hey, thank you for checking in this morning. Yeah, the word from NASA looks like later this afternoon, as a matter of fact, according to the announcement yesterday. Plans have kind of changed. The rollout for the Artemis 1 space launch, the SLS, is going to be taking place later on this afternoon or evening. They say you can watch coverage starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time. NASA's targeting as soon as maybe 9 o'clock this evening for the rollout of the SLS, the targeted August 29th launch. The Artemis 1 stack will roll out to the launch pad on top of the Apollo era crawler transporter number 2. So while the crawler and the rocket will only travel 4 miles, it'll take somewhere between 8 and 12 hours to get it there. That's why it's called a crawler. It's just crawling along. But this will mark the 3rd parade from the vehicle assembly building to the launch pad. We had rollouts in March and June, preceded attempts at what NASA called a kind of a wet dress rehearsal, where they fuel the rocket, they run through all the steps leading up to the launch. Both of those visits ended with the Artemis 1 stack retracting its journey to the vehicle assembly building for adjustments and more preparation work. This time, they say, if all goes well, the rocket will make a much more dramatic departure from the launch pad, blasting off on an uncrewed test mission that'll take it around the moon, which NASA hopes will pave the way for current astronauts to maybe set foot on the moon as early as, let's see, how many years away would they be talking about? So the August 29 launch, depending on the launch date, the mission will last somewhere between 39 and 42 days. They'll then be able to evaluate how the Orion capsule fares in space before they would attempt an actually crewed flight. That would be Artemis 2, which is scheduled to launch in 2024. But a lot to do between now and then. They've got to be successful with a launch on the 29th and the mission to the moon. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, get back to your calls here. See who's online. Let's try Gilligan on board this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me back. Well, by the way, Big Moose, you're criticizing my impersonations. Well, yours don't sound much better. And incidentally, I'm pretty sure most of this audience are old enough to remember Rich Little. So, say what you want, but most people remember the reference.
I remember the name Rich Little, but honestly, I don't know. I guess I'd have to see him do it. I don't much remember him, and I sure as hell don't remember Charlie Ferguson.
Yeah, well, he was on the Hee-Haw and done the old KRN. Right?
Back
Nothing
in the
ever really happened in Cornfield County. Yeah, but literally, Sunday was the 77th anniversary of VJ Day. That's not the day the Japanese formally signed the surrender papers on the Missouri. That's in September. But that is the day that they surrendered in World War II.
Mm-hmm.
That goes back to the picture I'm sure you're familiar with the sailor with the nurse lifting her up in Times Square and kissing her, and war over and all that. At one time that was a very big celebration in this country, and rightfully so. You touched on earlier that Dodge Chrysler Corporation is doing away with the Challengers and Chargers. Well, that kind of sucks. I've had one of each and actually loved them both. Well, I hate to say it, but I might have to change automakers if they go all electric. I don't know where I'm looking at. That's the worst part of it. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing the kind of performance they can get out of the V6. Both of mine had the 3.6-liter V6, not turbocharged or anything. Did you know they were still running over 300 horsepower, Steve?
Wow.
It's amazing. That Challenger, the handling of it and everything, it's funny. Short distance, the Challenger would beat the Charger. Long distance, the Charger's done caught him. It's the way they're geared and stuff. There was something else I wanted to talk. You started about Cozy TV last night. did you say they transmit a digital signal? Is that true? I haven't watched digital TV. But, you touched on that last night.
Nah, somebody brought up the whole. What was that? I think Horse Feathers brought up the Cozy TV, and I said I'm not really familiar with Cozy.
Oh, okay.
But he went out. He went out, and I guess he bought the whole converter box and the antenna thing, so he could pick up Cozy, because it's supposed to be like the free transmitted TV, one of those channels, but it wasn't available where he was.
Yeah, I know a lot of people run into that. That's right. It was Horse Feathers. My wife, we got Dish, and it's on there. My wife has gotten to the point she's never seen it before. She's gotten fascinated with watching the Munsters.
Really?
Now, she's not a fan of the Addams Family, but she does like the Munsters. You brought up emergency. I also, like Horse Feathers, had the emergency lunchbox. That was what I carried first grade when I was in school. I remember that show well. Loved it. It's an interesting channel. They spent a lot on there, Give Me a Break. I don't know whether you remember that with Nell Carter from back in the 80s. It's broadcast on there. That's the first I've seen it on TV probably since the 80s and stuff. They put on some interesting shows, that's for sure. It's kind of like Me TV or TV Land.
Right.
I mean, me and Jolly Green was talking before the show, and he was talking about this new TV. He said a lot of new TV shows have gay or lesbian couples in a lot of them and stuff. I don't remember the last time I watched a new TV show. Honestly, I think the newest TV show I ever watched was The King of Queens. And it's been off the air, probably 10, 12 years ago?
Yeah.
Something like that. I watch a lot of old TV and stuff, and I really can't get much into these newer movies. I mean, I've heard people try to say that Tora, and the other movie that was about the bombing of Pearl Harbor, how it was based on actual history. Well, I understand they blamed us and both of them for the bombing of Pearl Harbor, saying it's because we cut off the oil. Well, why was we still selling them oil in 1941? I can't remember where they were attacking, but that's when we finally cut them off. When in fact, they went into China in 1937 and been in Manchuria since 1932. Then I've heard them say that it was a horrible thing we dropped the atomic bombs. We had to end that war. We had thousands of people held captive in Japan, allies too, prisoners of war. The atrocities of the Japanese was unbelievable. A lot of people don't know their history. Somebody wants to learn history and how bad the atrocities was. Just look up the Bataan Death March. I mean, most of the people in that march were Filipinos, but we had 10,000 men in that death march. It was the war was horrible on all fronts, and I'm sure most of your listeners understand that, and I'm sure you do. Well, I know you ain't too far from break, Steve, but thank you for having me back, and I hope everybody has a good, safe night.
All right, Gilligan, enjoy those Reese Cups. Yeah, we are up to news break. So 844-844-3388. That's what we got here on a Tuesday morning. All right, get to some of the industry headlines. So when we come back here, and of course back to your calls, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Justice Department says releasing the affidavit justifying the search on former President Trump's Florida estate will harm its ongoing criminal investigation. It also says that there are also matters of security involved, so it's opposing the release of the document. Several media outlets are asking that the affidavit be unsealed, along with all documents related to the search warrant. The Justice Department did not oppose unsealing the warrant itself. That happened on Friday, when it was revealed that Trump was under investigation for violating laws governing records and a provision of the Espionage Act. An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of author Salman Rushdie. A death edict issued by Iran's supreme leader in 1989 still stands over how the Prophet Muhammad was depicted in Rushdie's novel, The Satanic Verses. His agent says that he's on the road to recovery. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Lobster. You were hanging in there. We had lost Lobster. Heard from him for the first time in almost a year last night. He is out there working nights. Pappy's on board. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Mr. Steve Summers?
Playing radio.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man, that was something else. I happened to be listening to you every night. Old Lobster. I'll tell you what, Steve. Lobster should be like, man, he's the man, dude. You took his call before you did the weather or anything. Dude, he should feel privileged, man. That's how much Lobster, I guess, meant to the show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he tends to not. I mean, I think he was there about 15, 18 minutes. And I don't know if maybe he's got to, I'm not sure if he's got to get in and out of the truck and whatnot. That's kind of why I jumped to him quick last evening.
Right. Well, that was good to hear from him. Rich Little, Steve, come on, man. You don't know who Rich Little is. You can't put his face to him. You're going to have to look him up. He always did the Dean Martin roast, right?
Okay.
And he sat in for Johnny Carson all the time. Yeah, he was good. He always did Howard Cosell and Muhammad Ali, and late 60s, 70s. He was really the only one out there that was doing impressions, at the time. But yeah, hey, speaking of alligators, Steve, about 15 years ago, I got dispatched for an alligator on Route 50 at Lawrenceburg Road. I'm like, what? Come on. I make my way on out there and pull up to the intersection. Sure enough, Steve, there's a 5-foot alligator sitting on the side of the road. This guy got it down in Florida when he was on vacation as a little baby, I guess, and kept the daggone thing. It lived, and kept it in a little kiddie pool in his backyard. Had a little cheap little fenced-in area, and it got out. It's about a 5-footer, man. But hey, on to more serious stuff here. Dan Bongino on his show Friday had an FBI agent on his show that he interviewed, which he normally doesn't do on his broadcast. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've seen it or if any of your listeners have. If you haven't, I highly suggest you go back and listen to that interview with him. He put out some very good points. Some of the points he was putting out, I could relate to. When he was talking about not letting Trump's lawyers in the House, his theory for that made total sense. Mm-hmm. Normally, you want the lawyers there, Steve, right? Man, we had a guy I'm going back a few years now, Coleraine Township got a tip that he was making homemade explosives, right? It's back when TATP, triacetone triperoxide, was kind of just coming around. And we had a friend of his wife's call us and say, hey, this dude's making this stuff in his kitchen, man, So after he dropped his kids off at school, we snatched him up, went ahead and got a search warrant, brought him up to the district. CIS put him in the box and Mirandizing him, told him we got a search warrant, blah, blah, blah. And then I come walking in to talk to him. And he was like, I know why you're here. I'll totally cooperate with. He's seen the patches on my uniform. It said bomb squad, right?
Mm-hmm.
On our patches, we, had patrol or corrections, aviation, whatever. But
yeah.
Had bomb uniform on. So, and it was like, all right, listen, where's the stuff at? This stuff was highly, highly volatile, right? And I told him, as of right now, man, we don't have anybody hurt, but man, we go in here to get this stuff out of your house, and something happens, I don't know. You got it up in the closet, we're trying to get out of there, and it drops and falls, it's going to go off, So, and thank God he cooperated with us, I threw him a pen and a booklet and told him to give me a diagram where everything was at. To the point that when you do these search warrants, you want to get in and out of there, Steve. You don't want to be in, this dude's house is no longer than you have to be. And that's the point this FBI agent was making also. That not allowing their attorneys in there, Trump's attorneys, kind of gave them full range, because normally what happens is the attorneys are going to cooperate. Say you raid a bank robber's home or something, right? And there's the firearm that was used. You got a search warrant for this firearm, and the guy's attorney says, "Listen, dude, they got a warrant. They're going to find this. They're going to find this thing. Let's just cooperate. Tell them where it's at, so they're not in here tearing your whole house up. And who knows what else they might find, Let's tell them where it's at. They'll get the firearm, and then they're out of here." It speeds things up, and obviously they could have done that. They could have done that with the attorneys. Hey, where's this stuff at? Come on, just show us where it's at so we can get in here and get out of here. But not allowing them in there gave them more access and more time to keep looking and looking and looking for whatever they want to get.
And obviously they could be looking for stuff for the January 6th investigation.
Well, let me drop this one on you. I'll tell you, I was watching Tucker tonight. Steve, they took his passport.
Yes, I saw that. Like he's a flight risk?
Now one of them was expired. Are you telling me his passports were on this search warrant?
Mm-hmm.
They were not, because they already came out and said, yeah, we got to get them back to him. There's some other documents too. The attorney was on Tucker's show, and she said, yeah, they took his passports. They said they were going to get it back to us. There was a couple other documents that were taken that weren't on the search warrant that they said they were going to get back to us. So they're taking things out of that house, Steve, that's not on that search warrant. Now, the little scuttlebutt going around today that it's just a theory at this point that Trump had some documentation, unclassified documentation on the whole Russian collusion hoax, that these documents could prove or would prove that the FBI, the DOJ, the Clintons, all of this was a big hoax and they were in on it. So they needed to get in there and get that stuff before it went public, before he dropped a dime and exposed them all. Because they're undocumented, classified material. Did you hear what the DOJ said now, or the FBI? What they came out and said is the reason they don't want to make the affidavit public right?
It would compromise their ongoing investigation of witnesses.
Yes. So when the news, none of this is classified, so release it. So they use the excuse now, and I've seen this happen just on a local level. Well, this could jeopardize our investigation. We don't want to. We're not going to release any of that information.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just one of their tactics. I know you ain't getting it. Come on, pound salt. So some interesting things, man. I mean, man, Tucker's show tonight, dude, he laid out all the people that had search warrants served on them, and all these people connected to Trump big time. Rudy Giuliani, his attorney, Stephen K. Bannon. There was another attorney. There was a congressman that's supposed to be real tight with Trump the day after the search warrant.
They seized his phone.
Went and, snatched his cell phone up. Peter Navarro, was in the Trump White House. There's no doubt, and that's what Tucker was saying. These are all political hit jobs, which is third world countries type stuff. United States, we don't.
Tucker Carlson is not a fan of Trump. Tucker Carlson supposedly did not even vote for Trump. I don't know who he voted for, but he didn't vote for Trump.
Yeah, but he sees this country falling apart and what's going on. And man, I'll tell you what, Bongino went off on the FBI, man. He talked. He was on a Saturday show. I recorded it. He was calling for anybody that had any involvement in this, everyone, down to the techs that were collecting the information or collecting the evidence, low-level FBI agents that assisted in this raid should be fired.
So last year, I paid.
My apologies.
Paid nothing for electricity.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hit the pause button. I was trying to line up some audio here. So, yeah, go ahead.
So I mean, this goes above and beyond. I mean, they're just flat out doing whatever they need to do to stop this man and to stop this mega movement, to keep power. That's what it boils down to. But all right, my man, I'll let you go. See if you can dig that soundtrack up and play it, and I'll be listening.
Thank you very much, Pappy. Good to hear from you. Hey, who was it? Let's see. We were talking earlier about. I guess it was that the whole solar flare, the power grid, the risk to the grid from a CME from the sun, or Rambler brought that up. An EMP, which North Korea's threatened that. They've threatened to hit us with an EMP, and yes, it would send us back into the dark ages. I shared a story several years ago where we're all familiar with transformers, right? You've got your transformers on your street. All right, so a transformer blows out there, outside your home. All right, they come out and they put a new transformer in. Typically, a couple hours, you'll be without power. Well, there are transformers that are, 100 times, massive transformers that we don't have inventories of them sitting around at substations to where they can put a new one in and have it back online tomorrow. An EMP would take out these massive transformers that they say could take a decade or more to get replaced. People could be without power literally 8 to 10 years or more. Now, so he brought up the CME and from the sun, a coronal mass. Said, the sun's been very active as it. Let me pull up space weather, see what we got going on right about now. And sure enough, there's a lot of activity. Right now, we've got a geomagnetic storm watch, possible for, the 17th or 18th. On the 17th, a CME is expected to sideswipe our magnetic field of the planet. That was hurled in our direction by a dark plasma explosion on the sun, which was followed right behind the CME, is a stream of high-speed solar wind that could arrive on the 18th, thus boosting the odds of a geomagnetic storm on that date. Meanwhile, there is a rapidly growing sunspot, AR 3078, that has developed a Delta-class magnetic field. Now, earlier this past day, they said that they kind of created a video, a map, the magnetic map of this sunspot using the NASA Solar Dynamic Observatory. It shows opposite polarities jostling together, which could lead to a very explosive mix that could trigger strong, like X-class solar flares. Those are the big ones. They've got C-class, then M-class. The X-class solar flares. Indeed, AR 3078 is crackling with activity. We've already seen a series of M-class solar flares this past day that did cause some minor shortwave radio blackouts over the Atlantic and North America. Mariners, pilots, ham radio operators may have noticed some unusual propagation effects at frequencies below 15 MHz, especially, they've got the hours in there, but they use universal time and whatnot. So anyway, stay tuned for updates, they say. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Under our industry headlines, we're going to be rolling through New York. Law enforcement throughout the state increasing patrols, part of an anti-speeding campaign that is underway as we speak. New York State's Speed Awareness Week. Started on Sunday, goes through the 21st to curb speeding and reduce crashes. There are countless risks and tragic consequences to speeding. I want all New Yorkers to be mindful of the speed limit in your area, says the governor. This enforcement campaign will be crucial to not only catch speeders, but encourage all drivers to maintain safe speeds. I encourage you to take your time to get to your destination safely. During last year's Speed Awareness Week, police issued 23,087 tickets for speeding and 32,000 and some change for other vehicle and traffic violations. So we're talking more than 50,000 tickets were issued during that 1 week campaign. That's incredible. New York State Police Superintendent said speeding is a dangerous behavior that needlessly results in multiple deaths and serious injuries every year. We urge drivers, do your part by obeying the posted speed limits. Put away your electronic devices while behind the wheel. Kind of curious, 50,000 citations. What kind of revenue might have been generated during that campaign last year? So anyway, that's ongoing as we speak. Of course, don't forget, we're just a matter of days away now. You have a few more days to prepare for Brake Safety Week on a national level. Brake Safety Week taking place next Sunday, the 21st through the 27th. Of course, North American Standard Level 1 and 5 inspections reporting back brake-related data to the CVSA. They say they're going to be emphasizing this year brake hoses, tubing, chafing violations. Yeah, they break it all down, but yeah, they're going to be going through everything on the brake systems. Brake Safety Week kicks off next Sunday. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go, and yes, Eagle on board. Go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah, I got some interesting things just going on, Steve. It's obvious what's going on with Trump's situation. Now they got Rudy Giuliani involved in this deal. They want to take him down too because he's associated with Donald Trump, and he was one of the people that was trying to do the deal, legitimize the election. He represented Trump. So Giuliani, they want to take him out too. And you notice that it's always this judge that's down there in Atlanta, Georgia, Steve. I used to live in Atlanta, and Fulton County is one of the dirtiest counties in the U.S. And naturally, it would have to be the same guy is trying to take Giuliani and Trump down in Fulton County. Another state that's run by a loser, they turned his back on Donald Trump. He's a rhino. He calls himself a Republican, but he's definitely a Democrat, and he ought to be ashamed of himself. He already screwed Trump once, and now he looks like he's screwing him again. But you know something, Steve? I'm in Florida right now, and I can see the benefits. Anybody that wants to, there's a complete difference from California and Florida, Steve, in the way this state is run. I'm in Florida right now, like I say, and business is booming down here, brother. I mean, they got hotels going up. They got homes going up down here in a place called The Villages, where I'm close to right now. They got so much, they cutting down trees, but so much, so much land down in the Orlando, Florida area. I was down in Miami just the other day, and it's completely booming. I drove by Palm Springs, Palm, where Trump lives at, and they got hotels, big skyscraper hotels that's going up. Florida is booming under DeSantis. Anybody that doesn't vote for that guy, Steve, is a complete idiot. If Trump is taken out of this election, which it looks like these losers want to try to do, we still got a backup plan. The Republicans, we still got a backup. If Trump decides, if they take him down, we got DeSantis that can take over the job and get the job done. Because you can, like I said before, Florida is booming, Steve. Now, the total opposite is California. the total opposite. If this is what you want your America to look like, now let's go to California and take a look at this situation. You got high rents. You got homeless people in every major city, San Francisco, LA, San Diego, homeless camps all over the place, Steve. I don't think I've seen not one homeless man since I've been here in Florida. I ain't seen no homeless tent cities or nothing down here in Florida where I'm at right now, Steve. It's a total, complete opposite. So here's how it goes for the American people, Steve. You got two choices. You can let your country go down the drain and look like California, or you can make the right decision and vote for DeSantis or Trump, and you can make America great again, and you can have the country booming and people working and things going on, and people with money in their pocket, like the state of Florida, brother. Like I said, Steve, I live in Texas right now, and I never thought I'd see this, but I'm almost ready to pack my bags up and move to the great state of Florida myself, because Texas is going down the drain. We talked about it over the last couple of months. All these losers from California are moving to Texas, and they bringing their same stupid rules and regulations with them. Austin, Texas used to be a great place to live. Now Austin, Texas is basically San Francisco in the middle of the country. That's basically what Austin has turned into, another San Francisco, homeless people everywhere, poverty, rent so expensive people can't afford to leave. Like I said before, Steve, you never heard me say this before, but I'm almost ready to pack my bags and move to Florida. That's how booming it is down here right now, brother. Now let's get back to this situation with Donald Trump again, Steve. This is nothing but a frame job, nothing but a setup. Donald Trump has done absolutely nothing wrong. They want this man out of the political race because they know that Donald Trump wants to drain the swamp. He wants to get rid of these losers like Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and these people that's been there way too long, and they should have been out the door a long time ago. And they know this, and that's the reason why they don't want nothing to do with Donald Trump, Steve. They're gonna go to every extreme to get this man out of it, to keep him from jumping in the election in 2024. But like I said, tough luck, Democrats. We got a backup plan. We got DeSantis, and we also got some other people that's out there that can jump on the bandwagon if he's taken out. But like I said before, one way or another, Steve, the Republicans going to make America great again. We're not going to let this country go down the drain like they think it is, because Joe Biden, Steve, this guy here is an embarrassment to the United States of America at this point. He got the border wide open. He got gas prices sky high, food prices sky high. You got all these different diseases that's coming in the country, and guy ain't trying to shut nothing down. So, like I said before, like I told you before, I've been telling you this for the last, I don't know how many years, Steve. Anybody that votes for Joe Biden is brain dead at this point. The guy has accomplished absolutely. Kamala, the Obama, the list goes on and on and on. The Democratic Party doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned, Steve. If you want, like I said before, it boils down to this, Steve. You can either have a country look like California or you can have a country look like Florida. It's up to you. Like I said, just take a trip to both locations and you'll see what I'm talking about. And if you want to make America great again, your best bet is to vote for Donald Trump or DeSantis. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
There you go. Eagle will get our final hour just ahead here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
China announced more military drills around Taiwan as leaders of the self-governing island met with a new congressional delegation from the U.S. Beijing is accusing Washington of encouraging the island's independence through the sale of weapons and engagement between American politicians and the island's government. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was the highest level member of the U.S. government to visit Taipei in 25 years. She visited the island a couple of weeks ago. The Justice Department is opposing the release of the affidavit justifying the search warrant on former President Trump's Florida estate, saying that doing so would harm its ongoing criminal investigation. Several media outlets are asking that the affidavit be unsealed, along with other documents related to the search warrant. The warrant itself was released on Friday. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
A once prominent neurologist convicted last month of sexually abusing patients killed himself Monday at Rikers Island in New York. Dr. Riccardo Cruciani was found unresponsive in a shower area at the prison complex. His lawyer confirmed the 68-year-old's death in a statement, but not the manner. Prosecutors say Cruciani groomed vulnerable patients by overprescribing painkillers. 6 women testified that the sexual abuse often occurred behind closed doors at a Manhattan medical center during appointments nearly a decade ago. Jury selection began in the federal trial against R&B singer R. Kelly. It's happening in Chicago on charges that he rigged his 2008 state child pornography trial. The attorneys and judge focused on whether would-be jurors had seen the 2019 documentary Surviving R. Kelly, which outlined sex abuse allegations against the singer. The judge denied a request from Kelly's attorney to automatically exclude anyone who's seen this 6-part series. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of author Salman Rushdie. A death edict issued by Iran's supreme leader in 1989 still stands over how the Prophet Muhammad was depicted in Rushdie's novel, The Satanic Verses. His agent says he's on the road to recovery. Pizza lovers beware, there's a recall you need to know about.
Chicago-based Home Run Inn Frozen Pizza is recalling more than 13,000 pounds of frozen meat pizza products. The U.S. Department of Ag saying the food may have been contaminated with foreign material, including metal. The recall applies to frozen 33.5-ounce cartons containing Home Run Inn Chicago's premium Pizzeria Deluxe Sausage Classic Pizza. They were also produced on June 6th and the Best By date of December 2nd, 2022. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Officials in Newton, Massachusetts are investigating a former employee they accuse of shutting down the police website during a pay dispute. The mayor said the former employee, the police department's IT director, took down the department's website in late June and July. According to the Boston Globe, the website directs visitors to a message that called on them to ask the mayor to restore it. Mayor Ruth Ann Fuller says the employee controls access to the site and has not turned it over to the city. A new department website is now live. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, final hour underway here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. Good to have you on board. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We get back to the phones here. I believe the C&I Dog is on board. Hello, C&I Dog. What's happening?
Good morning.
Morning.
I shared those two stories with you. The one about the Challenger. They want to get rid of the V8. I don't understand why. I actually own one of those things. They get pretty good fuel mileage. On the paddles, they have 8 gears to shift through, and it switches down to 4 cylinders. And on average, I get 28 to 26 miles to a gallon. I think you could do a little bit better than that if you wanted to. So
it's because they're going all electric. I mean, in 2024, it's going to be all electric Challengers and Chargers.
Well, not really thrilled with that.
No.
Also, you guys were talking about gators. There was a story I sent you about pigs getting near gators and then eating them, but I didn't read the whole story. You might want to check that one out. You were talking about the Munsters. I met Eddie Munster over at the car dealership in my neighborhood. I told him I felt really bad for him when he had to wear that beard, and he was talking about the gum. I forgot what they call it, but the glue to put it on. He said it was something else to deal with, and it was really cool that is her name Yvonne DiCarlo? Is that her name? Yvonne DiCarlo? A lot of people don't know that she was in the 10 Commandments, the one that was the wife of the
Pharaoh?
Of Moses.
Of Moses. Oh, okay.
No. Yeah. I believe that's right. Yeah, we met in the desert. The family, he was able to choose which girl he wanted. He chose Eva.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then Hot Shot Secret. They're going to be just south of the town of Cicero, huh? In the Chicago area.
That is, that's Gold Eagle that's based there, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Just south of the previous hometown of El Capone. Yeah, back in the day. But that's all I got. Enjoying the show.
Well, good.
Have a good one.
All right, 10-4. Have a good morning. C&I Dog. Pappy said, I mentioned those massive transformers. He said, I brought that same subject up several months ago when we were talking about the power grid. Those bigger transformers actually come from overseas. We don't even make them here. So, our chances of getting our hands on those, where do they come from? If I had to wager a guess, I bet they make the damn things in China. All right, it is 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Sexy? How you been?
All right, how you been?
Can't complain. I shared that story you sent me. Was that your grandson's high school first day yesterday where that occurred?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was my youngest grandson. He's in the 7th grade, so he started middle school right there, but that's all one big building,
Mm-hmm. What a way to start the school year, huh?
Yeah, somehow it was a 9th grader, and somehow he left it on the lunch break.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how he got out of school, because here in where I'm at here in Truman, you have to be signed out by, somebody that's on the list to pick you up, or a guardian or a parent or something like that. So I don't know how he got out of there, but somehow he did. And he made a post on social media with a picture of a gun, and they arrested him. Come to find out, the gun was a pellet gun, pistol. It looked like a pistol.
Right. But it looked. They make those BB guns that look like the real deal. Looked like a 9mm.
Yeah, it looked real. So now he's got problems. But that's a weird, to go back to school and have that happen first day.
Mm-hmm.
Not something you're expecting. But the school found out about it, and they contacted authorities, and they figured out he wasn't at school, and they picked him up. So nothing happened, thank goodness.
But just, I guess he posts a picture of the gun that, again, looked like a 9mm, but what was the post? It said school ready or something that he posted with it? Which, that's, so I
posted a picture of it and said school ready. So, that's like, like he's fitting to take it to school and start using it. So.
Exactly. So have they come out and said, did he say it was just a joke or something? And no harm intended, or what?
They haven't said yet.
Okay.
What the deal was, but that's that. And did you see where Little Rock yesterday hit 103?
I know it was a hot day. Now you're supposed to cool off here toward midweek, right? You're gonna get some rain and
it didn't get that hot in northeast Arkansas where I'm at, but Little Rock, they had forecast 101 and it hit 103. It said it was 14 degrees shy of the all-time record. And nobody wants to break the all-time record, that's for sure.
No doubt.
But yeah, that's about all I had for you. I hadn't called you in a while, and I thought I'd touch base.
Well, I appreciate you checking in. You have a great morning.
You too.
All right. Be safe out there. About 18 past the hour. Let's see. Talking about the flooding rains. Man, I'm looking down this list where this past day, a lot of flood advisories coming out. Not seeing anything as far as flood warnings this morning, but we've been watching the training of these showers and thunderstorms, central and northern portions of Missouri. Columbia, you've had heavy rains for the last couple of hours, and all the activity is kind of swinging around from northwest to southeast. You're gonna see the training of those heavy showers and thunderstorms probably for several hours to come, maybe right through them. It could be somewhat reminiscent of what we saw in West Virginia this past morning, where we may see some significant flooding. Matter of fact, a lot of that rain in the next few hours probably going to be moving over towards St. Louis, where they've already had a couple of bouts of incredible flooding over the last month. I hope we don't see a Part 3, deja vu all over again in St. Louis. But that's definitely a risk. They're in the zone where they could see some of that. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you catch where yesterday Smith & Wesson pretty much came out and laid it on thick on the Democrats for the violence that plagues the country? It ain't our fault. How can you blame the gun manufacturers? It's your liberal policies, Democrats. That's why you're seeing all this violence in your Democrat-run cities. Let me see. Actual story. Smith & Wesson firing back at the House Oversight and Reform Committee. The subpoena that was filed by Democrats looking for details on their modern sporting rifles. A stinging rebuke of crime in the Democrat-run cities, where in most cases you've already got your strict gun control laws on law-abiding citizens, but at the same time, you've got your soft on crime policies. Arrest them today, 6, 12, 18 hours later, let them back out on the streets, and you'll wonder why more crimes are being committed. The CEO, Mark Smith, CEO of Smith & Wesson, says a number of politicians and their lobbying partners in the media have recently sought to disparage Smith & Wesson. Some have actually had the audacity to suggest that after they have vilified, undermined, and even defunded law enforcement for years, they have supported prosecutors who refuse to hold criminals accountable for their actions. They've witnessed the decay of our country's mental health infrastructure and generally promoted a culture of lawlessness. Well, Smith & Wesson and other firearms manufacturers are somehow responsible for the crime wave that has predictably resulted from your destructive policies. They are the ones to blame for the surge in violence and lawlessness. They seek to avoid any responsibility for the crisis of violence that they have created by trying to shift the blame to Smith & Wesson and other firearms manufacturers and even the law-abiding gun owners. It's no surprise that the cities suffering most from violent crime are the very same cities that have promoted irresponsible, soft-on-crime policies that treat the criminal as the victim and the victim as the criminal. These same cities maintain the strictest gun laws in the nation, but rather than confront the failure of their policies, Politicians have sought more laws restricting the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens, while at the same time continuing to undermine our institutions of law and order. And to suppress the truth, they now seek to prohibit firearm manufacturers and supporters of the Second Amendment from advertising products in a manner designed to remind law-abiding citizens you have a constitutional right to bear arms in defense of themselves and their families. In addition to requesting data on modern sporting rifles, as they call it, MSRs, the Oversight Committee, chaired by Representative Carolyn Maloney, no less, the Democrat from New York, sought crime and death data. To be clear, a Smith & Wesson firearm has never broken into a home. A Smith & Wesson firearm has never assaulted a woman out for a late-night run in the city. A Smith & Wesson firearm has never carjacked an unsuspecting driver stopped at a traffic light. Instead, Smith & Wesson provides these citizens with the means to protect themselves and their families. We are proud of our 170-year history. We're proud of the commitment of our employees to make a quality product. We're proud to provide law-abiding citizens and law enforcement, our customers, with the tools to provide for their security and independence. We are a proud, responsible business. He said this is all about scoring political points. We will continue to work alongside law enforcement, community leaders, lawmakers who are genuinely interested in creating safe neighborhoods. We will engage those who genuinely seek productive discussions, not a means of scoring political points. So Smith & Wesson firing back, and that's 100% accurate. Yeah, look at the soft on crime policies and why many of these crimes that are being committed are the same individuals that have been let out for good behavior or let out, in particular on these, like New York, where you've got the no money bail. You ain't got to put you're not sacrificing anything. Just let them back out on the street. And you'll wonder. 5-7 on board. What's going on?
It's like, have you ever seen a commercial with a Challenger or a Charger that they're not ripping up the road, doing donuts, driving basically inappropriately? So someone goes out there and kills somebody in it, you should be able to hold on. Chrysler Corporation,
Yeah, it's their fault.
So,
yep.
And the only thing I'll say is the idiot on the Bushmaster saying that, this will make your, raise up your macho or something like that. That was a pretty stupid thing to say for them. Reason I called Tucker Carlson, yeah, I seen that on a Newsmax post, and, I put it down there was good because I've been following him since Trump's election, and he's absolutely supported Trump all the way down the line, everything he's done. In the beginning, it's just like Glenn Beck. I mean, they considered him a clown, so did I. I have never dreamed that the man would do what he said he did. Mm-hmm. I think those Ted Cruz, and so in a way, it's sort of good because he won him over because he did what he said he'd do. And obviously, I think a big change even with both of them was watching the swamp rise up. People, Republicans attacking, it was the first 2 years of Trump's administration. And even old turtle-faced McConnell there, I remember him saying, it don't matter what Trump passes or tries to pass, it's got to go through me first. So I remember that little quote. But, I just typed in there anything good because it was unbiased reporting and it was always positive over what Trump's done. So there you go. So I'm sitting back and enjoying the show this morning, and but I had to throw that in there because I was a Ted Cruz supporter, and I thought Donald Trump was a joke. But I'm sitting back here and I'm just somebody, Mitch McConnell, wake up, saying, hey, we need to find out this affidavit. Reason why? Because the FBI has been proven to be untruthful in the impeachment hearings. They've been untruthful.
That's correct.
So, the only way we're going to get to the truth is to find out the truth. So, other than that, we're going to sit back and wait for the next notification. How about it? This is 5-7. We out.
All righty, there you go. Yeah, we had, what was it? I think it was Representative Biggs who pretty much, he pointed that out yesterday. He said, don't forget, we have seen affidavits fudged. We actually had one FBI agent criminally prosecuted for fudging a FISA warrant application. So these affidavits, in and of themselves, aren't going to solve much. He did say that this is a long-standing pattern of the police state apparatus, beginning with forged, falsified affidavits to get a FISA warrant on campaign workers in Trump's original campaign back in 2016, and an additional manipulation of records and data for the two impeachments. You have the Mueller report that came out, debunked the entire Russia hoax theory. All this was using the police apparatus. Now, with the raid in Mar-a-Lago, the FBI has gone so far that it and the Justice Department do no longer have the trust of the American people. Now, you've got Christopher Wray. Remember last week you saying, hey, all these Republicans speaking out about not trusting us. And you're causing these threats of violence on us. Biggs pretty much says, hold your horses. I disagree that speaking out against the FBI should lead Americans to make threats of violence, or that my criticism should be taken as a call to do anything like that. That's not what you should be doing. But we have a First Amendment that allows us to provide critique, especially when it comes to political things. I am politically speaking out saying, quote, look, the FBI has lost the trust of the American people, and you lost it because of your abuse of the American people. That does not mean to take up arms and threaten the police or threaten the FBI. It means Congress must oversee the FBI and take action to hold those who continue to perpetuate these falsities and this abuse of the American people. We have to hold them accountable. That does not mean violence. Again, don't forget, we've seen affidavits fudged. Yes, indeed. I said that last evening. The FBI, you've lost the trust. You've done it to yourself. And we'll return after this. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Justice Department says releasing the affidavit justifying the search on former President Trump's Florida estate will harm its ongoing criminal investigation. It also says that there are also matters of security involved, so it's opposing the release of the document. Several media outlets are asking that the affidavit be unsealed, along with all documents related to the search warrant. The Justice Department did not oppose unsealing the warrant itself. That happened on Friday, when it was revealed that Trump was under investigation for violating laws governing records and a provision of the Espionage Act. An Iranian official has denied his country's involvement in the stabbing of author Salman Rushdie. A death edict issued by Iran's supreme leader in 1989 still stands over how the Prophet Muhammad was depicted and Rushdie's novel, The Satanic Verses. His agent says that he's on the road to recovery. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
The Grand National Circuit gets an unwanted week off. Regional action picks up the slack as the races heat up, and the countdown and the move-in to Bowling Green has begun. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The lone event on the association's premier level circuit this week, Napoleon, Ohio's Henry County Fair Pole, was canceled after a steady drizzle that started shortly before showtime would not let up for the next 2 hours. The result was a crushing disappointment, as it was to be the Northwestern Ohio venue's first time hosting all Grand National classes, and the pits were teeming with supers and pros, 2s and 4s, and minis, all looking to pick up a win and momentum heading into BG. The entirety of Morley, Michigan, and portions of Norwalk, Wisconsin were also washouts, so competitors will at least get some much-needed rest heading into the largest event of the season. The National Tractor Pulling Championships will overtake the Wood County Fairgrounds in Bowling Green, Ohio for their 55th edition this Thursday through Saturday, August 18th through 20th, for 26 classes over 5 sessions. Check out pulltown.com for information and tickets, or watch all 5 sessions live streamed at the NTPA's over-the-top service, ntpa.tv. And you can learn the entire schedule and review the winners and points at ntpapull.com. Okay, so that's what's ahead. Where do all the races stand? Let's take the opportunity Mother Nature has presented and catch you up on the NTPA Grand National Championship standings. They're easy to get. Each point is worth a finish order position among GN-registered vehicles. In light superstock, Adam Spiegelberg's Detonator Black leads Marcus Wedelson's Gunpowder and Lead by 2 points. In superstock diesel, Travis Schlabach's Bone Twister has opened a 10-point advantage over Kent Payne's Super Rooster. In superstock open, Brian Korth's Considered Armed and Dangerous HD leads John Strickland's Galat 2 by 6 points with a title to be decided in BG. In Super Farm, Ryan Anderson's Checkin' Out has a 7-point bulge over Stan Warder's Hammer and Hank. In Pro Stock, Danny Schmucker's Rampage is up 19 points on Mike Connie's Mac Nasty. In two-wheel drive, Jesse Petro's Buckeye Holler leads his other truck Kathy's Complaint by a single point, and the Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It by 3. In four-wheel drive, Jake Zaring's Rule Number 19 is ahead of Carmen Foster's Foster Child by 10 and Mark Mangan's Outlaw by 12. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Justin Gearhart's Cream of the Crop is trying to hold off Shane Kellogg's Trump, which is 1 point back. In Super Semi, Brian Ellithorpe's Nicky's Nightmare leads Craig Braun's Executioner by 2, with it all on the line in BG. In Modified Mini, Adam Bauer's Cowboy Up and Iron Toy are separated by 7, with the Theobalds, Little Wicked, and C.J. Grassick's Pile Driver tied for 3rd at 13 back. In Modified, Brett Berg's Rink Seed sponsored Moneymaker is 6 up on Tommy Owens' Ramblin' Rose. And in Unlimited, Joe Ader's Emax is ahead of Steve Bollinger's Money Pit by 17 and Dave Richardson's Foursome by 18. Bowling Green will also open and close the season for the twin-engine Light Unlimited division. Again, that's pulltown.com for tickets, ntpa.tv for the broadcast, and ntpapull.com for everything else. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Anybody mention the fact that they put up barricades around the FBI building and the headquarters in D.C. over the weekend? They kind of like, remember when the barricades went up around the Capitol after January 6th? The Bureau claims we're seeing an increase in threats against the FBI and our agents, obviously in wake of the raid, Mar-a-Lago. with an increasing number of threats against the FBI and agents, including last Thursday's armed man who tried to breach the field office in Cincinnati. We put up barricades around the headquarters in D.C. Similar fencing was put up after the unrest in D.C. back in 2020, as I mentioned, after the Capitol riot. Now, Friday, the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security actually issued a joint bulletin warning of an increase of threats against federal law enforcement, suggesting these threats are the result of the unprecedented search of Trump's home. Now, we've observed an increase, and to a lesser extent, even other law enforcement and government officials following the execution of the search warrant in Palm Beach, Florida. These threats are occurring primarily online, but we're seeing it across multiple platforms, social media sites, web forums, video sharing platforms, image boards. We'd like to ensure that law enforcement, court, and government personnel are aware of the range of threats and criminal and violent incidents. Alrighty, hello to Truck and Phil. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up, happy Taco Tuesday. Ready to depart for Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back once again. Have a great week, everybody. Only 131 days till Christmas. There you go. All right, before we get to Scarecrow, coming up here in just a few, 5 o'clock Eastern time this morning when we close out the overnight drive, stick around on tncradio.live. It's all about mind, body, and soul this morning. First, a fresh episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Then it's Hope Zvara and the Driver's Life podcast. Finally, check in with our friends from TFC Global with Truckers Life Radio. Right there, tncradio.live this morning. What's happening, Scarecrow? How's your week starting out?
Doing what we got to do, you know. That was Yvonne DeGarlo that played Lily Munster. I just caught the tail end. Somebody was talking about that. She also played, he was thinking of the Ten Commandments with Charlton Heston.
Yeah.
I think she played, I don't know if it was his wife or mother. I think it was maybe his wife. But either way, she was right up in there with Marilyn Monroe, you know, back in at the time.
Smoking hot.
Reason, Steve, let me tell you, she is, man, she is pin-up all around. Only reason I know this, I don't know if you ever search on anything on Pinterest or whatever. My bride, she kind of got me hooked on that. And you can go down rabbit holes real quick, you know, on there. And I got into custom car creations by George Barris here. It was only a couple of weeks back, and well, up come the Munstermobile, and then you know, Lily Munster pictured with it. Well, then progressed a little farther, and down the same rabbit hole, then came up some of her glamour shots, and oh yeah, it's worth the search, Steve. She's just a gorgeous woman. I would have put her well up above, a step above Marilyn Monroe.
Wow.
So either way, that's the story behind that. That was spooting. Spooting you were talking about. If I stretch out on my stomach and such, I'm going to be spooting.
I think it was it sploot? I can't remember. It was splooting, I think. SPL. Splooting.
That's it. Splooting. Okay, so we're splooting now. Okay.
Yep.
So if I roll over on my back, is that called reverse splooting then?
Good question.
Come on now. You gotta work with me here. Either way, I couldn't resist taking it there. No, we had the weekend came and went in fine fashion there. Sunday was a real good day. We had a charity auction over on the other side of the state. I took one of my son's photographs from 3 weeks back, This was a sunrise while he was doing a trip over across the Pacific, and had that blown up, framed the canvas print. We got a couple $100 for that thing, and that was all with his permission too, by the way. You may have seen it, or you may not. I shared it with some of our texting group. I don't remember if you're in that particular one or not, but it's a very, very intriguing shot. And then, I guess I forgot what the first thing I was going to throw at you here, but intriguing experience yesterday. After I got home, I was in the reading room, put it that way, and one of the dogs started barking a little bit, and the other one started chiming in, and well, that pretty much alerted me that there was a car or vehicle in the drive. I mean, they know our vehicles, they know acquaintances' vehicles, but if it's a strange vehicle, they know the sound difference. And so either way, I caught the tail end of the visitor leaving. It was a FedEx truck. Now, our driveway is about 150 foot long. He had backed in about a third of the way, and then he had got out and carried, it was a 40-pound bag of dog food and 40-pound box of cat litter. And Steve, he carried them he left them about 50 feet from the house. And then I saw him running for the van again, or it was kind of a UPS size, delivery truck. I figured, well, he must be going to get a two-wheel cart to finish the hike. And no, he jumped in and took off. And I thought, what the hell is that about? Leaving it out in the middle of the driveway like that. At least he knew it wasn't going to rain. But I posted that with some friends, and somebody chimed in. Well, it sounds like something that Hillbilly Tex would pull off and whatnot. He's maybe learning the FedEx trade. And well, it wasn't until I got into the program tonight I started dwelling on that, and no, it may well have been, but I think he was put up to it. That that big guy that is so loved and cherished amongst us and whatnot. Now, he's not all fuzzy bear and all. I'm thinking he put Tex up to that. I made it known that I now have long neck Blatts in the refrigerator up here, and I think there's a little bit of envy going on. It wouldn't doubt me what the big moose put Tex up to going out and seeing what he could make out, scope out the Crow property.
Yeah, I mean, I think all he can get is all they can get's the cans. It's always better from a long neck.
Oh yeah. I searched all the retail establishments in our area and never could find them, but it just might be getting even better. I have not read the story in the paper, but somebody alluded to the effect that Pabst is maybe trying to buy City Brewery. Well, City Brewery is the old Heileben, which used to anchor, Blatts and Old Style Special Export. Well, it's a mixed up bag because Blatts is contract brewed by Miller in Milwaukee, and Blatts is headquartered in Texas now, I believe. But in a roundabout way, I'm wondering if, Blatts may come back to my own backyard here after a little bit again. But so that will play out in the end. But referencing, when Rambler called, he had that mouthful of peanuts and what. Well, that was a healthy eating from Friday's program. You remember nuts are supposed to add X number of minutes to our life.
Exactly, like 30 minutes, yeah.
Oh shucks, I've lived on peanut butter all my life, so that has to counteract a lot of the hot dogs that I've consumed. In fact, I've often been known to put peanut butter on my hot dogs and whatnot. So that's a pretty good combination if you haven't tried it. And I guess that's kind of enough. I guess we'll call this baloney for the week. We'll save the BS for later in the week. How about that?
There you go. Thank you much. Have a great day there, and appreciate you chiming in this morning. Let me see. Let's real quick jump down to, hey, take two.
Yeah, hey, Steve, I'm a little surprised you got to me. Hey, I tell you what, some of these VDOT officials that put up message boards here along 81, I don't know what they're drinking or smoking or something, but they're about the 180 mile marker northbound here in Virginia that is watch for snow and ice. It's 65 degrees and raining. I know it's raining, but I don't see any snow or ice in the 60s. Do you? Have they lost their mind or what?
Yes, that's goofy. Somebody screwed up. Maybe they're just messing with you.
Yeah. Well, this ain't the first time I've noticed this. I had a message board down here about the 195 one night. I was going down and looking at it. I said, that makes no sense. There's no exit numbers, that number on I-81. And I can't remember what the exit number was, and I got to thinking about it, pondering on it. A couple minutes later, it hit me. I was actually talking to a friend of mine. He says, well, that exit sounds familiar. The exit they was talking about was on I-95, but they put the message board up on I-81. Yeah, I don't know what's the deal with the VDOT officials, but they definitely kind of have the wires crossed. Oh, and incidentally, you was talking about Smith & Wesson there earlier.
Yep.
Smith & Wesson, dead on. It's not the gun. It's not the manufacturers. I'm a Colt man, but for once I've got to agree with Smith & Wesson. I know you're about the end of the show, and I thank you for having me back there, Steve.
All right, yeah,
everybody has a safe day.
All right, you do the same. Yeah, we'll pretty much close it out right there. There you go. As we roll into a Tuesday. All right, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Again, stick around, TNCRadio.live. It's all about the mind, the body, the soul. And with that, have yourself a wonderful Tuesday. Come back at the midnight hour tonight. As always, we'll do it again. Looky there. Believe it or not, we'll be talking Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. Hope you'll join us for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.